Oh, it's those bugs? It is. That's what it is? Oh, that's what that sound is. I was like, what the hell is that fucking sound? And it's loot. I don't know where to go here. Like, I don't understand the layout of this place really well. Ah, there we go. Oh, it was the door out? No. Wait, learn about the inoculation project. So make only this active, and you want me to go out? Okay, you wanted me to leave. I was like, oh, okay. I thought you wanted me to find something down here. Okay. Beautiful. I like the American flag. It looks awesome. Oh. One of the things I love about custom is all the loot is always there, which I really love. Ooh, I got a legendary. Nice. Somerset special. That's good. That's helpful. That's probably better than my current laser pistol. I mean, I like the laser pistol, but the other gun's probably better. I want an automatic laser rifle. That was good loot. A lot of it. AVR medical. Okay. I have 3 levels, nice. Maybe I do want Dead Man Sprinting, huh? Okay, I think I'm gonna stop here. I did a whole quest all the way through in the MSQ. This was a good session. I think I have a hankering to play some Borderlands, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Okay, so, and then I'll come here and change my title. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. There we go. FFXI Horizon and EVE Online. Done. We come back and we say save live. Yep, done.
Monopoly is when a single seller dominates a market. The 1902 to 1904 recession, caused by the Panic of 1901, which followed the first stock market crash ever on the New York Stock Exchange, insecurity in the railroad industry, and even the assassination of William McKinley. This recession lasted nearly 2 years. The Panic of 1907. This one was fairly mild, but hey, look at this dramatic picture. Once again, the New York Stock Exchange tanked, a bunch of banks failed, and more bank runs happened. Most economists say this one started when investors bought up too many stocks of the United Copper Company. This one would have probably been much worse if not for the efforts of J.P. Morgan, a super rich dude who organized a bunch of financiers like himself to literally bail out banks. In fact, Morgan famously pledged quite a bit of his own money. The fact that a small number of rich dudes had to bail out the federal government and save the country's economy was kind of a wake-up call to the federal government. After this, there was much more of a national dialogue about having just one central banking system. The Panic of 1910 to 1911. Now that the Sherman Antitrust Act was being enforced by President William Howard Taft's administration, aimed at curbing monopolies, this actually led to a market panic and stock markets tanked. This recession featured a return to consistent deflation. Meanwhile, Congress had been attempting to create a third central bank. Long story short, in 1910, 6 wealthy and powerful men secretly met on a secluded island off the coast of Georgia to create the Federal Reserve System.
Yeah, I know. I understand why there are conspiracy theories about the Fed, okay? Like, you know, you have this secret group of rich and powerful people all meeting to create arguably the most powerful institution the world has ever seen. Yeah, I get it. But it's important to note that many economists were also on board. Heck, many Americans were on board with it. They were tired of financial panics. Speaking of which,
the recession of 1913 to 1914, caused by World War I beginning,
so I guess wars aren't good for the economy.
This one lasted about 2 years.
Congress passed and President Woodrow Wilson signed into law on December 23rd, 1913, the Federal Reserve Act, which created the Federal Reserve System, and the Fed has prevented recessions and depressions ever since.
Just kidding. Heck, a recession happened just 5 years later, the post-World War I recession. This one was worldwide, quick but severe, caused by overproduction throughout North America
and the Spanish flu pandemic.
It led to hyperinflation and high unemployment in Europe, which unfortunately led to a rise of fascism there. The Depression of 1920 to 1921.
Yeah, this one wasn't a depression at all.
It was a short recession, but 1920 was pretty painful for a lot of Americans. In fact, that was the most deflationary year in American history. Prices tanked and hardly anyone was making money.
The next one was a depression, though. In fact, it was the Great Depression. The real one.
The Great Depression. Not only was the Great Depression the worst global economic crisis in American history, it was the worst global economic crisis in modern world history, lasting from 1929 to around 1939, but maybe longer. It had devastating effects. International trade declined by more than 65%. A third of all banks failed. Economic output went down by 25%. Unemployment in the United States got as high as 25% and even as high as 33% in other countries. Housing prices went down 67%. Tens of millions of people lost all of their wealth. Literally all of it.
And what caused it? Well, here are all the causes of the Great Depression, according to economists. But if you want to watch a video where I count down the top 5 causes of the Great Depression, check out my video about that here. Yeah, it's a depressing countdown.
Most economists say it only truly ended because of all the production created during World War II, the deadliest war in history.
And then the war just had to end, causing yet another recession.
The recession of 1945. Yeah, a decline in government spending at the end of the war mainly led to this one. Not only that, there was just this huge transition with all these soldiers coming home that led to production stalling for about 8 months. The recession of 1949. This was a mild recession, actually mainly caused by the Federal Reserve deciding to shrink the money supply.
It ended when the federal government ramped up spending on, you guessed it, war again.
The Korean War, to be specific, the recession of 1953. And this one happened in part because the Korean War ended,
but also because the Federal Reserve decided to shrink the money supply again.
I should chime in here to say that, generally speaking, the American economy dramatically grew from 1945 all the way to the early 1970s, leading to a standard of living dramatically higher than at any point prior in American history. In fact, it was during this time that the, quote, middle class even became a well-recognized thing. Still mild recessions continued to happen every few years. The recession of 1958, caused by a worldwide economic downturn. This one only lasted about 8 months. The recession of 1960 to 1961, caused by the Federal Reserve once again shrinking the money supply. This one was also fairly quick. The recession of 1969 to 1970, caused by the Federal Reserve once again shrinking the money supply. This one was also fairly quick.
Okay, like I said earlier, during the 1970s, things got much more serious again, thanks to stagflation, which is one of the worst things to ever happen to a society.
The 1973 to 1975 recession. Stagflation is a combination of a stagnant economy marked by high unemployment and high inflation, and that about summed up the 1973 to 1975 recession. It was caused by the 1973 oil crisis, when basically a bunch of Arab countries stopped selling oil to the United States and other countries, leading not only to the price of oil skyrocketing, but also oil shortages. And at the time, the United States and much of the world really depended on oil. This then led to a stock market crash, and the American economy wouldn't truly recover until the mid-1980s. The 1980 recession, caused by another oil shortage in 1979, but also because a new chairman of the Federal Reserve, a dude by the name of Paul Volcker, was like, we've got to do whatever we can to get rid of inflation. He dramatically raised interest rates, which led to this recession, but also led to the 1981 to 1982 recession. Yep, mainly caused by the Federal Reserve dramatically shrinking the money supply. But the good news for Volcker, it worked. Inflation finally went down in the coming years. Early 1990s recession. This was another mild one, caused by stuff like the savings and loan crisis, when 32% of savings and loans associations failed in the late 1980s, and also a sharp rise in oil prices after Iraq invaded Kuwait.
And then something almost unbelievable. It was my childhood, actually. The American economy grew for 10 years straight. It was the longest period of growth in American history up to that point.
Do you remember the 90s?
Yeah?
You know, people were talking about getting piercings and getting tribal tattoos.
Yeah?
People were singing about saving the planet, forming bands.
Yeah?
Early 2000s recession. The dream of the 1990s came crashing down thanks to the collapse of the speculative dot-com bubble, a stock market bubble caused by people investing way too much in a bunch of internet stuff. The September 11th attacks also played a role in this recession. Still, the American economy recovered quite quickly from it. Well, here's one that many of you are probably familiar with. I know I was deeply affected by it. The Great Recession, one of the worst recessions in American history.
Heck, it was even one of the greatest recessions in American history. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this more engaging for you.
You can watch The Big Short to find out what caused it, but if you don't feel like watching an amazing film, basically the subprime mortgage crisis that began in 2007
That's a good film, I've seen that.
caused it. In the aughts, a bunch of people bought houses who couldn't afford them, and then speculative banks gambled the money they got, and when people couldn't pay back their mortgages, banks began failing. Some of the biggest financial institutions in the country, as a matter of fact, failed. Big names like Bear Stearns, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Lehman Brothers, and AIG. Even the car industry tanked. And yes, the stock market sank for years. For the first time in American history, the federal government went crazy bailing everybody out. A $700 billion bank bailout, hundreds of billions for other industries, and even regular citizens.
Many economists say that if it weren't for these bailouts, the Great Recession would have turned into another Great Depression. By late 2009, the economy was already growing again. And I'm pretty sure you also know about this next one, too.
The COVID-19 recession.
COVID-19!
COVID-19.
The only recession in American history single-handedly caused by a pandemic. In April 2020 alone, more than 24 million Americans lost their jobs, and the unemployment rate got all the way up to almost 15%, the highest since the Great Depression. That said, once again, the federal government bailed everyone out. Mostly large corporations, but also ordinary Americans, and the economy quickly recovered. In fact, it recovered a bit too much, leading to massive inflation beginning in 2021.
So that was it. That was every recession and depression in American history. I may be the only person on the entire internet to make a video about this. And you know what? That was depressing.
Because the United States has had the world's biggest economy going back all the way arguably to the 1890s, that means this video kind of also went over every recession and depression in world history since then.
But Mr. Beats, what about the Panic of 1792? You know what? Forget the Panic of 1792. And forget Panic at the Disco. They were an overrated band anyway.
No, they
Seriously,
weren't.
Obviously, historians say there were more recessions than I mentioned.
They don't make it like
I'll
Panic.
end
Don't
this
get it
video
twisted.
with
They were
these
amazing
thoughts.
live.
Recessions are pretty much inevitable. I don't think we'll ever fully be able to prevent them.
In fact, we may even be in one right now and not even realize it. At least certain YouTube channels have been telling us that for a while now.
And recessions suck. Like, they really suck.
They do.
For all of us.
Recessions mean you and I maybe not being able to afford to eat. Recessions mean more people desperate on the streets. Recessions mean more political instability, which often means more chaos, more violence, more wars. And depressions? Heck, depressions are so bad that it has historically led us to turn to fascism as a solution. Yep, if we're desperate enough, we'll often put up with a ruthless dictator as long as we have access to clean drinking water.
And by golly, if it isn't obvious by this point, we must learn about past recessions, not because we can prevent future recessions, because like I said earlier, recessions are pretty much inevitable. We learn about past recessions in order to help us deal with and react to in the right way future recessions. For the love of humanity, we must stop making the same mistakes over and over again. It is in my script. I wrote it in the script. Yes. One thing I didn't mention in this video is because of how we gather economic data, we often don't know that a recession happened until we're already well into the recession. That all said, do you think we're in a recession now? I'm sure some of you think we are. Let me know down below. Thanks for
I don't
watching,
think so, no.
you filthy consumers and producers, you.
I'm gonna have to use like a machine sooner or later. I suppose I should look at my weapons. One of these could be superior. I don't think I really like it. And burst the cannon's roar. It's probably really cool, but like I could try it out. It's got good eye level. It's superior eye level, but it doesn't have any elemental stuff at all. Yeah. Well, it's a nice weapon. I don't think they hold up. It sucks, and so... So where is that? Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, the one I finished was right in front of the quest? Yeah, that's cool. It, like... Okay. I don't even know what that was. Like, it was good? I don't even know what I got. What did I get? Paladin Sword of Edginess. Okay. Oh yeah, the Rain of Arrows was really fucking good. Like, I think the Rain of Arrows is superior to that, so I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna mess with the sound a bit. I think the dialogue could be up. It's alright. Ah.
Throughout the universe. Anyhoozle, once the shrine is complete, you get the reward all to yourself. This shrine is dedicated to Mool-Ah, the patron god of cash money.
This is like leaking all over me. It's annoying.
This shrine is dedicated to Grindana, the patron god of experience.
Yeah, that might be good. Do that one.
Thanks to YouGov for sponsoring this video. What do you like to do for fun? You know, like in your free time? Huh? Well, that's interesting. My name is Mr. Beat, and I really don't have that much free time, but when I do have free time, I like to play music. Yeah, like that. I'm sorry you had to witness that. But what about the presidents of the United States of America? No, not those presidents of the United States of America. These presidents of the United States of America. In this video, we're going to look at the hobbies of every president in American history. You know, what they did for fun when they weren't
Wait, sell all junk.
working, or, you know, stuff they would always do whether they got paid for it or not. This video includes not only each president's hobbies, but also interests. But keep in mind, those two things often overlap. And we're going in chronological order. So we'll begin with the first president of the United States. Who was that dude again? I can never remember. It's so hard to remember the first president of the United States.
While I try to remember who the first president was, I'd like to thank YouGov for sponsoring this video. Oh, hey, I was just taking a YouGov survey. YouGov is a side hustle of mine. If you don't know what YouGov is, it's just taking surveys. It's really easy. I often do it when I'm waiting in line, like I am right now. I'm waiting in line to go to the bathroom at my house. And you can earn cash from YouGov surveys. In fact, I earned enough cash to buy this nifty cat. YouGov is free to join, and again, it's a great way to earn easy cash. Click my link in the bio to start taking surveys and earning cash today. Okay, I think I remember it. George Washington. If Field and Stream magazine existed in the 1700s, Washington would have subscribed to it. He was a true outdoorsman, loving to hunt and fish. However, he also liked to dance. In fact, he could dance if he wanted. He could leave your friends behind. More than anything, though, he legitimately loved to farm and tend his gardens. So scratch that. If Better Homes and Gardens magazine existed back in the 1700s, Washington would have subscribed to it. Oh wait, you young'uns probably don't know what magazines are, do you? John Adams. Well, when he was younger, Adams also loved hunting, but when he was an adult, he was all about reading. He read thousands upon thousands of books. After he died, he left 3,500 of those books to the folks of his home state of Massachusetts. Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson loved cooking, winemaking, gardening, astronomy, archaeology, and music, especially playing his violin. If you want to know more about Jefferson's love of music, I have some homework for you. You shall watch this video, and be wary, there might be a pop quiz. Jefferson also loved to tinker around and invent stuff. You know, like this 5-sided book stand and the wheel cipher, a tool meant to encode secret messages. Jefferson would just
I can't switch my weapons. Did you? Oh God!
And finally, just like his best friend,
He sold
best
them.
friend again, John Adams, Jefferson loved to read. Well, mainly just collect books. He famously sold around 6,500 of his books to the Library of Congress after British troops burned a bunch of their books during the War of 1812. James Madison. Madison was kind of a workaholic, but when he did have free time, he loved playing chess, and apparently was quite good at it. James Monroe. Like Washington, Monroe also was a bit of an outdoorsman and loved to hunt and fish. Otherwise, though, Monroe apparently also was quite a workaholic. John Quincy Adams. Adams was a man of routine with a full daily schedule that began well before the sun came up, and much of that included what we'd today call hobbies. He loved to walk outside, or I guess you could also call that hiking. He was also a skilled swimmer and began
I
many
sold
days
my
skinny
guns,
dipping in
and
the
I can't
Potomac
get them
River.
back.
Less known about JQ is that he loved playing pool, like his
I suppose
dad.
it doesn't
He also
matter.
loved to read and became
But I sold
proficient
all
in
of my
8
guns somehow.
different languages. Andrew Jackson. Jackson loved to gamble and probably lost thousands of dollars throughout his life doing so. His favorite thing to bet money on was
That's okay.
cockfights, in which roosters in a ring called a cockpit fought each other until one of them died. Yeah, cockfighting is now illegal. Not that Andrew Jackson would have cared, but you know. He also distilled his own whiskey and bred racehorses. Oh, and is dueling a hobby? Martin Van Buren. Like Washington, Van Buren loved gardening and farming. In fact, he was a homebody who rarely wanted to leave his estate, even when he ran for president. William Henry Harrison. Like both John and John Quincy Adams, Harrison was an avid reader. But other than that, I really don't know. Look, there's just not that much information out there about Harrison's hobbies, okay? I'm sorry. John Tyler. Like
Jefferson. Tyler played the violin and was really into musicals. Again, don't forget about your homework. Tyler also was apparently really into gardening. James Polk, another workaholic who didn't really seem to have any notable hobbies other than reading, I guess. He once famously said, quote, "No president who performs his duties faithfully and conscientiously can have any leisure." Dang, Polk. No wonder you died just 4 months after leaving office. Zachary Taylor. Taylor didn't like to read unless it was a history book. Apparently, Taylor was really into history. I can relate. Millard Fillmore. Fillmore did love to read, like Polk, Harrison, and John Quincy Adams. In fact, he and his wife Abigail were the ones who established the White House Library. Fillmore also loved gardening and music. Franklin Pierce. Well, more than anything, he loved hanging out with people. He might have been the most social of all the presidents. He also loved to travel. James Buchanan. Buchanan liked gardening and, Abraham Lincoln. If MMA existed in the 1800s, Lincoln probably would have not only watched it, but also done it. As a young man, he loved to wrestle and rarely lost a match. In fact, even in the Wrestling Hall of Fame, Lincoln also apparently enjoyed pool and bowling. He watched a rising new sport called baseball. Lincoln was truly a self-educated man, which you can learn more about in this video, by the way. And a big reason why was because he loved reading and writing. He wrote poems, for crying out loud. He loved reading and writing. I mean, if he did have teachers would have loved him. Andrew Johnson. Johnson loved to make clothes. For a while, he was a tailor.
I don't understand what happened.
But even after he entered politics, he kept doing it.
I don't understand what happened here. Some kind of glitch.
And horsemanship. He also loved traveling. In fact, those two interests are a big reason why he joined the military. Grant also loved playing cards, especially poker, and he'd often throw money down when playing. I'm not sure how much he ever won, but there's evidence that he owed others money after losing in poker. And finally, Grant loved to draw and paint. In fact, some of his artwork still survives, and it's pretty good stuff. Rutherford Hayes. Hayes was really into genealogy. He was basically a genealogist who didn't get paid for his research. Hayes also apparently began playing croquet while he was president. James Garfield. Like Madison, Garfield loved playing chess and apparently was also quite good at it. Chester Arthur. Arthur was really into fishing, perhaps more so than any other president. He traveled all the way north to Canada and all the way south to Florida to fish. And this was back when traveling was much more difficult, okay? He also was apparently really into fashion. Dressing in trendy clothes was important to him, and he supposedly owned around 80 pairs of shoes. Not only that, if HGTV existed in the 1800s, he most certainly would have been a fan. He famously ordered major renovations to the White House, and dare I say, he had impeccable taste. Grover Cleveland. Cleveland was also an outdoorsman, loving hunting, fishing, and just generally hanging out in nature. He also enjoyed poker, and just generally the simpler things in life, like eating and drinking. Benjamin Harrison. Harrison did not enjoy the simpler things in life. In fact, he was no fun at all. I kid. Well, kind of. There is some evidence that he occasionally enjoyed hunting, fishing, and gardening, but mainly he just enjoyed spending time with his family. Aww. That said, Harrison was the first president to attend a Major League Baseball game. William McKinley.
As a kid, McKinley regularly played marbles, ice skated, swam, and shot a bow and arrow. As an adult, he really loved music, and he regularly invited musicians to the White House. Yes. Just a reminder there. McKinley was also really into poetry and golf. Theodore Roosevelt. It's well known that Roosevelt was an outdoorsman. He loved fishing, but particularly was into big game hunting. I mean, he was really into big game hunting. But he also just enjoyed hiking and being out in nature. He loved history. In fact, he was a historian, writing several books on history and helping to professionalize the field. He wrote at least 47 books and wrote dozens of articles on subjects as wide-ranging as all the different types of deer to professionalism and sports. Speaking of sports, he loved and played many sports, but the only one he was good at was boxing. In fact, he did well in boxing tournaments as a young man and didn't give it up after he entered politics. Yep, he regularly boxed at the White House, boxing anyone who was willing, including professional boxers. That is, until boxing caused him to go blind. After sparring with one of his military aides, he got hit so hard that he lost most of his sight and one of his eyes. And I was joking earlier because this is Teddy freaking Roosevelt we're talking about. Of course, he kept on boxing at the White House after that, despite the blindness. After Roosevelt finally did give up boxing, he took on jiu-jitsu. William Taft. Taft loved golf and became the first of many future presidents to make it a big part of his life. He was also the first of many future presidents to get criticized for playing golf too much while on the job, including by his friend / enemy, the aforementioned Theodore Roosevelt. After a Chilean diplomat came to visit him, Taft once said, quote, "I'll be damned if I'm going to give up my golf game to see this fellow." Taft also enjoyed baseball and was the first president to throw out the ceremonial first pitch at a Major League Baseball game on April 14th, 1910. This was a tradition regularly repeated for many years to come, although the last president to do it was Barack Obama back in 2010. Woodrow Wilson. Wilson also loved golf and baseball, even more so than Taft, actually. Incredibly, Wilson played more golf while president than any other president in American history. Wilson also loved music. Homework. In particular, he played violin and sang. He was even in the Glee Club while attending college. Warren Harding. Harding also loved golf and baseball. Harding played baseball as a young man, once playing with future major leaguer Bob Allen. As president, he invited Babe Ruth to the White House multiple times. Harding also loved poker and definitely gambled. He may have even wagered and lost a bunch of the fine china in the White House in a poker game. Now, this may or may not be true, but I like to think it's true. Calvin Coolidge. Coolidge also loved baseball, but actually his wife, Grace, was an even bigger fan who knew much more about the sport than he did. Meh, he thought golf was okay too, but was horrible at it compared to other presidents. Thanks to his Secretary of Commerce and future President Herbert Hoover, Coolidge became a fan of fishing. More than anything, however, Coolidge loved horseback riding. Unfortunately, after he became president, he got way too busy for the hobby, so a friend got him an electric mechanical horse he could ride right at the White House. At first, Coolidge laughed off the gift, but soon he was riding it 3 times a day. Herbert Hoover. First of all, Hoover was lucky enough to take a passion of his, geology, and turn it into a lucrative career. Other than that, as I just mentioned earlier, Hoover loved fishing. He loved fishing probably more than any other president, except maybe Chester Arthur. And he was really good at it. Soon before he died, Hoover even published a book centered on his favorite hobby, writing, quote, "Fishing is a chance to wash one's soul with pure air, with the rush of the brook, or with the shimmer of the sun on the blue water. It is discipline in the equality of man, for all men are equal before fish." I always knew there was something fishy about Herbert Hoover. Oh, and I almost forgot about Hoover Ball, a sport similar to volleyball and invented by Hoover's doctor to keep him in shape, Franklin Roosevelt. FDR loved being out on the water. At Harvard, he was on the rowing team. He loved to sail and became quite good at swimming. In fact, after becoming paralyzed from the waist down, he swam to rebuild his core strength so that he could stand up. He loved mystery novels and even helped write one. As he got older, though, he got more and more into collecting stamps. In fact, folks from all around the world would send him stamps as gifts. FDR even regularly met with Postmaster General James Farley to help him design more than 200 stamps. His stamp collection was quite impressive and sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars in auction in today's money after his death. FDR also collected coins, model ships, artwork, and rare books, and almost all of it is housed today at his Presidential Library and Museum in Hyde Park, New York. Harry Truman. Truman loved to read and was particularly into history, so props, man. He played piano well and was kind of a music snob, owning more than 680 vinyl records. Yes. Regarding sports, he was the first president I could find that was really into bowling. In fact, he was so into it that he opened the first White House bowling alley, and in the West Wing, of all places. He also built...
He opened a bowling alley in the West Wing. How is that even possible? Did you take a hallway or what?
One of the most athletic presidents in American history. He was particularly good at football, standing out as a halfback and linebacker on West Point's varsity team. He later even coached the sport. Later in life, he became passionate about playing golf, playing around 800 times during his 8 years as president and getting pretty darn good at it. Eisenhower was also an outdoorsman who loved hunting, fishing, and camping. When he was 58, he took up painting, eventually creating at least 250 paintings. Not bad. Better than I would have expected. He even painted portraits of, wait for it, former presidents. John F. Kennedy. Like FDR and John Quincy Adams, JFK also loved to swim. Swimming every day while he was president, sometimes multiple times a day in the White House swimming pool. When he was younger, he played tennis, basketball, baseball, and football, but after having health problems, he took up golf instead. Kennedy was also a big Boston Red Sox fan. He loved sailing. He loved reading history books and even wrote history books, most famously Profiles in Courage, a volume of short biographies of 8 senators in American history. He got a Pulitzer Prize for it, although apparently most of it wasn't actually written by him. Oops. Lyndon Johnson. More than anything, LBJ loved spending time at his ranch. He seemed to casually like a bunch of stuff, but was only passionate about one thing: cars. No, not the movie, just cars in general, including this amphibious car, logically called the Amphicar, the only civilian amphibious passenger car ever mass-produced. LBJ had one and loved driving it into lakes, especially as a joke. One time he pulled a prank on his secretary by saying the car had lost its brakes and he couldn't control it, crashing toward the water. "The brakes don't work. The brakes won't hold. We're going in. We're going under," he yelled. smiled before laughing after she freaked out trying to get out of the car.
No.
Richard Nixon. Nixon was similar to Truman in that he loved both playing the piano and bowling. Nixon was even better at the piano than Truman. Not only that, he could play the accordion, violin, clarinet, and saxophone. Find out more by doing your homework, and don't say that your dog ate it. Right before he resigned, he had a new bowling alley built in the White House basement. Many people don't know that as a young man, Nixon also played football and remained a huge football
bowling
fan
alley
for the rest of his life. His friend, George Allen, coached the Washington Redskins. Nixon supposedly gave him a play to run in the 1973 Super Bowl. He also loved card games and apparently won big money playing poker, unlike poor Harding and Grant. In fact, he was so good at poker that he apparently helped fund his first campaign for Congress in 1946 with thousands of dollars he made playing it. Gerald Ford. Like Eisenhower, Ford was a gifted athlete. Many probably already know that Ford played football for the University of Michigan, but what's less known is that he turned down offers from both the Detroit Lions and Green Bay Packers to play in the NFL, instead going to law school. That said, he did continue with the sport through coaching. Ford also enjoyed tennis, swimming, skiing, and golf, of course. And it's true. Ford hit multiple people with golf balls. Not because he was bad at the sport, but because he actually let people line up along the fairway to watch him. Like FDR, Ford also enjoyed collecting stamps. Jimmy Carter. Fly fishing and woodworking. That about sums it up. He has loved fishing for most of his life,
Fly
but
fishing's
his number
so fun.
one hobby has to be carpentry. Over the years, he has made lots of wooden furniture. Some of them have sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars at auction. And, of course, one big reason why Carter has had a long partnership with Habitat for Humanity is because of his love of building stuff. Carter also used to enjoy winemaking and hiking. Oh, and as a young dude,
I like this relentlessly positive video about the presidents and their fucking hobbies and stuff. It makes me happy. Just see what all the presidents did, you know? Like, I wish drinking was one of, like, you never hear any of them say, like, yeah, he had a bar in the White House and he was complete drunk and he totally had all these like socialites around and he got drunk all the time. Was JFK like that? Were any of them alcoholics? I want to Google it, but it seems like a really macabre question. Are any American presidents alcoholics, you know?
Light browns of virgin soda.
Tennis,
What?
But we can't go dry or the songs are coda.
Frogs say it don't taste good.
But we tried all day in the
That
same
be me
silly
first
way.
mate in his fellows. They'll never listen to you if you don't start a fight with them first. Challenge him to a duel.
A grog like
What if we
browns
tried
of
to
virgin
kill
soda.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Ha! Hear that, lads? The hero wants to fight. Twouldn't be a fair fight for ye. See, we've got plot armor. Plus me grog mug's still full of strictly non-alcoholic brew. Amscray.
Okay, so how do we get this guy to fight?
Easy. Pirate Rule 27B. Spilled grog must be avenged. Break his mug.
Frogs say it don't taste good.
But we try. You've run afoul of Pirate Rule 27B. Now that's a serious breach of decorum. You trying to pick a fight with a sailor?
That is precisely what I am trying to do.
Why should I? I bet you fight like a dairy.
Wait, why are we gasping?
Because you've just been challenged to a duel of disses.
It's the pirate way. Now we gotta hit him with the cutness, meanest, wake up in a cold sweat 20 years later his comeback, or we lose the duel. We're gonna need options.
They used to call them jumpolines before your mother used one.
Wow.
Deborah first mate like that. You're getting killed all. Give me those doubloons, boy. All right. Ow! Bones, you old fool. You said the plot armor would protect us.
So this is on extreme difficulty.
Oh, Danny first.
And I, like, before I could even fire or anything, after I used my 2 abilities, it was over.
Mate,
And I don't really understand that. Am I just better, or did I pick the best class or something? I don't know.
doesn't kill you, don't mean
This
it
is
don't-
extreme difficulty.
Now rejoin me crew and help us take down Chartreuse LeChance.
I don't think they're interested in Bullet Sponge.
Huzzah!
They don't need to. They got this whole game full of mobs.
Only a few crew left to fight, and I know just where they'll be. Polly, chart a course for Plunder Port. Plunder Port! Plunder Port!
Oh, Jerry Ford.
And did pole vaulting and long distance running.
Pole
Later,
vaulting.
he also took on golf.
Golf.
Ronald Reagan. Obviously, Reagan loved acting and did pretty well as an actor before entering politics, you could say. As a youngin', he was a star athlete, standing out in baseball, football, and swimming. He was actually captain of his swim team in college. After learning to ride a horse through all his years acting, Reagan grew to love horseback riding and even encouraged his
Before the
Secret
ocean got
Service
a
to
boom boom
follow him
blast,
around
Thunder
on
Port was-
horseback. Apparently, Reagan was also really
vantage
into
point on the
astrology
seafloor,
and
these are
allegedly used astrology to make important decisions while he was president.
Really? Now that I didn't know.
George H.W. Bush. Bush Sr. loved baseball and even played first base for Yale's team, a team that twice made it to the College World Series. Heck yeah. Throughout his life, Bush was extremely active playing tennis and golf. He also enjoyed fishing and is the only president who really got into throwing horseshoes. He even installed new horseshoe pits at the White House. And just like Theodore Roosevelt, regularly challenging visitors to sparring matches, Bush
Okay.
Sr. regularly challenged visitors to a game of horseshoes. When he was 73 years old, Bush went skydiving for the first time. He enjoyed the experience so much that he decided he was going to skydive
Whoa.
again for his 75th birthday, and then every 5 years for his birthday after that. Despite him nearly dying during that jump, after he had trouble pulling out his ripcord, his last jump was on his 90th birthday. Bill Clinton. As you already know from your homework assignments, Bill Clinton is pretty good at the saxophone and loves jazz and rock music. Clinton also loves crossword puzzles and apparently used to do 2 to 3 a day. He could solve them in just minutes and later even created his own crossword puzzle for the New York Times. Clinton also loves sports, playing basketball as a young man and taking up golf as he got older. While president, he regularly went jogging, but these days he prefers hiking with his wife, Hillary. So many people bump into them in the woods, like my former colleague, Anthony. George W. Bush. W played baseball at Yale.
God damn it,
just
W.
like his dad, but
I hate
wasn't
you.
as good at it. That said, he never had given up his passion for the
His
sport,
hobby is
throwing the
killing
first pitch
3,000
at
of his own
significant
citizens. I'm just kidding.
Major League Baseball games, time and time and time and time again. He even at one time was part owner of the Texas Rangers. Bush also took up golf.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
Now watch this drive. Click.
Mountain biking and jogging later in life. Probably his more famous hobby in recent years, though, has been painting.
Like Eisenhower, he didn't take it up until he was in his 50s.
Oh my
he has
God.
a unique style and has painted several world leaders over the years, including
George Bush
himself,
doesn't need this.
and himself in the
Not my
shower.
memoirs,
His
Barb.
paintings have been featured in multiple exhibits and books, including his latest collection
That
Out
nobody
of
ever bought.
81, which features portraits of American immigrants. Barack Obama. Obama is the only known president to grow up geeking out on comic books. He still has an impressive comic book collection. Today, he's a pretty big fan of
Barack
music,
Obama's a
as you know
comic
from
book
your
guy?
homework, and really just pop culture in general. Though he enjoys golf and often played during his presidency, Obama's favorite sport is basketball. He's played for most of his life, even making time for it also when he was president. He famously would announce his March Madness picks for college basketball's biggest tournament, and has been spotted at many NBA games over the years. Obama is also the only president to enjoy surfing, which makes sense since he grew up in Hawaii. Well,
Go
he
Obama!
mostly prefers kite surfing. Donald Trump.
Thank God he didn't cause any problems. Like he was just like a good placeholder. He didn't cause any problems. He didn't. I mean, he gave us Obamacare, which I will remember as something super good, but he didn't cause any problems, and that's really what I love about him. He just didn't cause any problems. No 9/11s or COVIDs or Afghanistans or anything. Just healthcare and chilling, you know. And he wore his intellect well into his old age. And my favorite thing about Obama is Obama and the Fly. You ever seen Obama and the Fly? He had cat-like reflexes. He was a real man, not like this pasty-faced, ginger-faced. What did they call him? Orange turd, right? Obama and the Fly, pimp-ass motherfucking president. You know what I'm saying?
The signature characteristic.
When there's a fly, he just swats it. Fucking fly. Fuck the fly. Hey. Oh.
Get out of here.
Oh, now watch his eyes. Watch. He's like a cat. That's the most persistent fly. Nope. No, it's not. Because he's gone, bitch. Gone. Woo! There's a real man, motherfucker. No Stormy Daniels bullshit fucking or anything like that. There's a real man. Gamer reflexes. Like, I feel like if you were to get into a fist fight with him, he might actually give you a run for your money. Like, he did not feel weak to me. He did not feel weak and old and...
The rest of the crew will be in the thickening.
The voices break the immersion for me. Windbreaker.
I'm already bound to Bones 3wood's crew.
Bones 3wood? It's thanks to him me and Cobby here look like this. We won't be joining ye. La Chance is our captain now, so you'd best be on your way. Cobby, back to the song.
Oh, what will we do
They've
with a
thrown in with La Chance?
What will we do
Mute
with
the
spunky
sea dogs.
weather? What should we
Crew,
do for a
goad them into a fight.
Pirate Rule 81D. If a balloon be popped, the popper must be dropped.
Aw, look at you reading.
Oh,
on some stupid toy balloons. Tis a dire day when the pirate rules be ignored. We needs to be getting their attention for real. Up the windbreaker's balloon.
Oh, what will we do with a sunken sailor? What will we do with this funky whaler? What should we do for a crew? Unveil her need you wear reforming. We say all men wanted, we say all men wanted, we say all men wanted, step in, we're employing. Oh, what will we do with a sunken sailor? What will we do with this funky whaler? What should we do for a crew? Unveil her need you we're reforming. We say all men wanted, we say all men wanted, we say all men wanted, step in, we're employing. Oh, what will we do with...
Down to the dry depths with ye!
Oh, they blew up Lachence's ship!
My best breeches were on there! New recruits! Show these mean-elbowed timber shiverers what your pegs are made of! Prepare to be boarded! Copy! Stay back! I'll teach these gutless cobble kissers a lesson! It's crew versus crew! Lost it all! Gobby!
That's it! I'm coming in!
Enough, you pox-picking chest chiseler! Before someone gets really hurt, we'll join back up with Three-Wood's crew. I have me crew back! Now for our ship! She be the finest wooden woman to ever ride the... Sea. Polly, find us the wreck of the Marley Maiden!
Find the maiden! Find the maiden!
We've gotten to know each other pretty well in the last few minutes, so here be the tale of woe that brought me down to the depths of what used to be the ocean.
Hell yes. Pirate backstory.
Great, I'm just gonna tune out for a minute.
I was
Inventory
the fiercest
full.
pirate captain on the buttery seas. I
Oh
had a
no.
fine ship, a loyal crew, and true love. But I lost.
Oh, damn it.
Wait, that's it? You didn't even explain the curse.
Oh, so me pirate backstory be insufficient for ye. Never mind then, ye scurvy cur.
Ha! See? She's got nothing. She always forgets to drop character voice when she's scrambling for a
I love
decent
Will Arnett.
motivation.
Left a lot of fucking items down there. I think the other one's actually way better. Or was it that other one? Yeah, that one was way, way better. Yeah. It's much bigger. Yeah, it takes up like the whole scene. Yeah, and I need machines. Is there any nearby or anything? No, the machines are so far. It's a problem with this game. Your inventory management sucks. It's weird how it auto-saves every time you pick up any loot. Anytime. It constantly auto-saves like an MMO. They're like, we're not fucking around with cheaters or anything like that. It just auto-saves every time you get loot or anything. It's actually really good. Wait, oh, that's not it? Oh, that's where I came in. Oh, okay. Oops.
Baby. It's no secret that Trump loves golf. In fact, he might just be the most talented golfer to ever call the White House home. As president, Trump had a room-sized golfing simulator built at the White House. It cost $50,000, but he reportedly paid for it himself. Otherwise, Trump loves television and not just being on it. Probably more so than any other president, he seems to have watched it all. Joe Biden.
My name is Joe Biden and I'm a car guy.
A few moments later.
Like LBJ, Biden loves cars and always had
the need for speed.
And while it's nothing compared to, say, Jay Leno's collection, he has an impressive classic car collection, including his 1967 Corvette Stingray. But many don't know that Biden was a star football player back in high school. He also surprisingly loves Irish poetry. And finally, even though he's now in his 80s and the oldest president in American history, he continues to love riding his bike. Hey, it's not as easy as it looks, okay? So that's it. Those were the hobbies and interests of every...
I want to see it again. Wait, what happened? Are you killing me? Wait, stop. No. Whatever. 65,000. Yeah, I'll take that. Put that on. Yeah, see, that's a major upgrade. See, that's annoying. No, I know what I'll do. I'll put melee on T. Melee. Where's the melee? There. Melee on T. Tag on F. And then cast spell on Blurg. And action skill is on 1. Yes, and I believe that is good. Yep. Good, good, good. So is it charge? Yeah, like charges, which is actually really cool, yeah. So I dumped a whole bunch of loot back there somewhere. Did I do a jump or something? I can't remember. I dumped a bunch of loot somewhere. Where was it? I don't know anymore. That sucks. Where was that? It was like right there by that rune switch. Yeah, that rune switch, I think, or something like that. Yeah, like where was that from here? Where am I now? And it looks like it just goes deeper. I don't know. I'm just gonna follow the arrow. Fuck it. I don't care. The loot doesn't matter. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, shit.
Our way is blocked. Polly, time to unleash your breaking beacon beak. Throw them all down.
Go now, adventurer, to the seafloor, whereat a most restless spirit cannot, well, you know, rest. I mean, not until his lady love can. Also, rest. Do it for love! Or money, whatever. I ain't judging.
There she blows, the Marley Maiden, the only woman I ever loved. Look, Polly, the whole gang be back together, plank and all. Blood's Threewood, how dare you
That
show your
hurt.
lion face around here? My Charlie,
You don't get to call me that anymore. No matter. While you've been away, I've built a new crew. Loyal. Not that your salty heart
These
knows the
skeletons
meaning
are
of the
gay.
word.
These
The barley maiden's still mine, Charlie. Crew, prepare to board. Kill those scallywags.
these pirate skeletons are in a gay tiff. Which is fine. It's just, I mean, like, I don't really, like, I don't know why you need to make it like that, but sure, okay.
Yeah, don't come near me, flesh bag. You're all
What? Oh, that was a barrel? Oh, god damn it.
before my eye hollow. They'll be back.
Watch out, crew. That's Deckhand, the most callous sailor of us all. He's gonna put up a fight.
They were stripping me lady for parts. We can't get her sailing in this condition. Grab the captain's wheel. Now screw her in tight.
It's Higginsworth the Bosun!
You'll have stashed our flag below decks, crew. Fine. Good plundering, crew. Throw her up on the mast and see her dance in the wind.
Beware the second mate! Second mate!
Let's burn some spell stones. Ah! It's really true.
A Marley's fearsome sword snout. Place it front and center on the bow.
Do what, where? Do what, where? Oh, God. Oh, it's south? Okay, south like that way. So like over there, I guess? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Okay. Well, okay, where do you want me to go now? You want me to go way over there? So, okay. Talk to Orin. Okay, that's what I'm supposed to do? Okay. No, I think it's that way, and you have the objectives messed up. Like that, wait, is that right? I don't know. No, I don't think that's right. I think it's actually I just go back to here. Fucking machines. I'm gonna get Atomic Heart cheaper. I hope they sell it on the summer sale for like $20. Because I liked Atomic Heart a lot, actually. It wasn't amazing, but it was a good game. Oh, I have a level? Okay. Dumpstat Trench. It's a funny name.
Whoa, Trivia. You! Have you come to redeem me?
What binds you, Spirit?
You are kind to stop on my account. It is more than I deserve. But my truest love, Yara, she pays a price which should be mine. If you would aid me, I would bid you to follow. Worshippers of the fell serpent Grisnasak have preyed upon the surface dwellers to feed their sacrificial rites since an age forgotten. And all that time, I have been here, naught but aghast, unable to stop them. But I can be of some assistance. I will grant an ingress to their temple. Gaze now upon the fields of dead, victims of the coiled cultists.
Wait, what?
What's he talking about? What dead?
Oh, right. My bad. Okay, there's lots of gravy stones. Like a lot. Like a lot. Like,
We get it.
is a lot.
Wait a minute. Gravestones? This used to be the bottom of the ocean. How does that make any sense?
It's called scene setting, Valentini.
Based on your arsenal, I assume you will not blanch at your task. You must slay the coiled Tizarks and retrieve the 5 pieces of Yara's voice shattered by the dark magic.
Her voice. Yes, of course. But to what purpose?
They twist her angelic voice into a dark resonance which summons the fell serpent. Curse them. They befoul Yara's memory, and in doing so, they bind her soul to this mortal plane. I will not rest until she is free. That fateful day, Yara and I were enjoying a midday sail. She was singing me a song of such beauty that I nearly wept. But then, the sea roiled around us.
Oh, there's 5 bosses. Damn it. At least they're close to each other.
was a sudden storm of scale and claw, a cabal of wicked coiled, and in a flash they snatched my beloved from the deck, dragging her below.
Why would you suddenly stop moving? Seems weird. It's like you wanted that.
At least you got your spells back.
There's a marble of mine nearby. Go and crack it open.
We've got a live one!
Burn!
Without hesitation, swimming down and down, a fire of devotion in my veins. Then, just as I thought my strength would fail me, I grasped her hand.
Could I put ping on... I don't know. It's not so good on that. Is there like something in there? Is that what they're saying? Oh, okay. Okay.
darted into the blackening sea. The creatures raking me with their talons, but I did not let go. My lifeblood swirled around me, salty brine burning in my lungs, but I did not let go. The last thing I saw as my vision faded. Her delicate face, twisted and wide-eyed in terror, wordlessly pleading, but I could not save her. I failed. Tizox is ended, but this tale is not. Now, place the arcane devices upon the pedestals, and prepare yourself, for only through the crucible of Grisnesak's death will Yara's voice be mended.
Let's listen to his Vietnam War.
You can come a little closer.
Thank you, Mr. Beat. I'd like to sub to your channel.
That's too close. Too close.
Oops.
Much better.
No, no.
Anyway, when I was 18 years old, I had to register for the draft. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the draft, aka military conscription, is the process in which all male American citizens have to be ready to become soldiers and fight in a war, whether they want to or not. Indeed-a-roo, all American males aged 18 to 25 must register with the Selective Service System in case the country goes to war and runs out of voluntary soldiers. The last time there was a draft? 1973. My dad missed the draft by 3 years. I missed the draft by 26 years. But my dad volunteered to become a soldier, serving in the Army. In my opinion, he timed it pretty well, joining the Army about 1 year after a particularly horrendous war ended that killed as many as 3.8 million people, including 58,220 Americans. It was a proxy war, or a war in which two major powers used too much smaller powers to fight against each other in order to avoid fighting each other directly. It was a war that not only divided a country, but divided the world. It was so controversial that it was the first war to cause a significant number of Americans to literally stop trusting their own government. It almost single-handedly destroyed the reputation of this guy. It was the first war the United States clearly lost. Here's the story of the Vietnam War, arguably the most controversial war in American history. Once upon a time, there was a group of people called the Vietnamese who lived here in mainland Southeast Asia, an area commonly referred to as Indochina. Eventually, the Chinese began to influence and straight up take over much of the area. Flash forward to the 1800s, and France had conquered the area and maintained full control of it until World War II. Most people don't know that the Vietnam War was actually 3 separate wars that began right after World War II ended, but I'm a bit ahead of myself. By the 1930s, several Vietnamese were just sick and tired of French rule, and various revolutionary groups organized to plan to overthrow French rule. One such group was the Viet Minh, who not only pushed for Vietnamese independence from the French, but also the Japanese, who are now all up in Southeast Asia's business. Ah, yes, the Viet Minh, a group of communists led by a dude named Ho Chi Minh. He had been exiled from mainland Southeast Asia for most of his life, but now was back, baby, trying to lead a revolution inspired, at least partially, by the United States? Throughout World War II, the Viet Minh had got aid from the United States as well as the Soviet Union and China. American President Franklin Roosevelt was a big supporter of Vietnamese resistance and argued Vietnam should be given independence after the war was over. Well, FDR died. And after the war ended, the French did not grant Vietnam independence, and this led to, another war. Ho Chi Minh and his Viet Minh forces went underground to fight it. Quite literally, actually. Because they didn't have the same advanced weapons the French had, they dug tunnels underground as part of their broader strategy of conducting guerrilla warfare, or a war fought by unconventional means. They often hid in the jungle and launched ambushes, or surprise attacks from concealed positions. By early 1946, French, Japanese, and British forces all teamed up to defeat the Viet Minh. But after the Japanese and British left, the Viet Minh started rebelling again. Not only that, they were recruiting, and their numbers were dramatically growing. Though the French were eventually able to regain control of Indochina, for several years the whole area was unstable, and hundreds of thousands of people died. Not only that, both sides committed a bunch of war crimes. This period came to be known as the First Indochina War,
aka the Anti-French Resistance War. Meanwhile, after it became clear that the Viet Minh were straight up communists, the United States was like, I guess we have to fight against you, and started secretly aiding the French. In the spring of 1954, the Viet Minh had a decisive victory over the French in what became known as the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. It was a huge morale booster for the Viet Minh and a major blow for the French. By then, the United States was freaking out about communism spreading around the world, and many in the American government thought that they should send not only troops, but nukes to France to help them defeat the Viet Minh. Ever since Harry Truman was president, the U.S. had a foreign policy of, quote, containment. It basically assumed that the Soviet Union would always be trying to expand its influence, and so the United States and other, quote, democratic countries had to do whatever they could to contain this influence. In other words, democracy good, communism bad, stop communism, and spread democracy whenever possible. This thinking is ultimately what led to the U.S. fighting in the Korean War. It was a devastating war that ended in a stalemate. Actually, that stalemate is still in place today. Regardless, the U.S. had prevented South Korea from becoming communist, likely inspired by holding back the spread of communism on the Korean peninsula. The next American president, Dwight Eisenhower, warned that once one country, quote, fell to communism, that country's neighbor surely would, quote, fall to it next. There was even a name for that theory, the domino theory, that said Eisenhower didn't want to make the mistake again of sending in American troops on the ground to fight and proxy wars against the Soviet Union. You know, like Truman did in Korea? Nah, man. So while communism spreading across Indochina did freak Eisenhower out, he wasn't about to send troops there. However, after the Battle of Dien Bien Phu, the French were now looking for a way out. At the 1954 Geneva Conference, not to be confused with the Geneva Conventions, that's something entirely different, diplomats from France, the Viet Minh, the Soviet Union, China, the United Kingdom, and the United States all agreed to temporarily divide up Indochina. Ah, there you go. There's a map of it. They created the country of Laos. Ah, they made it landlocked. How lovely. They created Cambodia. Hi, Cambodia. And finally, they created two Vietnams, divided at the 17th parallel. Up here, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, aka North Vietnam, and down here, the state of Vietnam, which eventually morphed into the Republic of Vietnam, aka South Vietnam. There were supposed to be elections held in 1956 to create a unified Vietnamese government. Those elections never happened, and a big reason why they never happened was because of this dude, John Foster Dulles, the U.S. Secretary of State. He objected to elections probably because he knew that any election would likely put communists in charge of all of Vietnam. Dulles' brother, Allen Dulles, who was in charge of the CIA at the time, then engaged in some straight-up psyop. He spread propaganda that said the Viet Minh were persecuting Roman Catholics, saying stuff like they buried a priest alive. In response, hundreds of thousands of Catholics in North Vietnam fled to the south. The United States helped them flee. Speaking of Catholics, No Dinh Diem, a Catholic who hated communists, proclaimed himself the first president of South Vietnam. Okay. Diem held a referendum to see if he would be president or not. And would you look at that? He got 98.2% of the vote.
98.2.
Wow, that's impressive. And even more impressive, he got 133% of the vote in Saigon. Didn't know that was mathematically possible, but great job, Diem. Yeah, he would rule the country with an iron fist. Soon after taking power, he started a, quote, denounce the communists campaign, a campaign in which anyone who even slightly became associated with being communist or
shrine to Chumberly, the bastard queen whose toothy visage stands beside me. For our transgression, her bloody fins wrought such waves as to Caroline, consigning our souls to the deep damning us with undeath for all eternity. Now I want those pearls back. I sent my crew to reclaim what's ours, but none have yet returned.
Ah, Chumberly, the squall of vengeance, god of the sea and unpleasant fish. No wonder you were wrecked.
Aye, you speak truly. But the way I figure, me and the crew have paid a heavy price for a prize what's been robbed from us.
Wait, oh, that's the friendly guy? Oh.
There she be, my sweet Caroline. Now keep your eyes about you. Pearls can't be far.
Every glimmer of the sea's bounty is mine. Their harvest is my hoard. And all that lies beneath the waves is my kingdom.
That's as may be, Chumberly. But I'm hard-pressed to spot any weeds about these sands.
Then face the jawsome wrath of my emissaries.
Well done, matey. There are 3 more lying about somewhere. Quick now.
I am Chumberly, the Sea Jerk, Lady of Storms, and I will have vengeance.
They're like making fun of WoW.
Queen of puddles. Lady of the lowest tide ever seen by sailors' eyes.
No one plunders from me and lives. I have drowned mountains and drunk seas.
And I once caught a seagull with just my hat and boat laces. But you don't
I just got a seagull with my hat and a pair of shoelaces. You hear me bragging. I liked how random that joke was. Very seldom do they make me laugh. But that joke was random and funny and good. Ah. Yeah, you. Yep, gimme. Aw. More? Okay.
Oi! Give that back, you toothy little minute! That's my peg leg! Don't worry, I'll get you out of there!
I slept through, well, I didn't sleep through, but I waited through the ice mining op. That sucks. Oh, you son of a bitch. No. No. Oh. What? Oh, it's up? Or whatever? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, like... Well, how would I know that? I don't know. I'm, like... Yeah.
I'm a talking stick. Good Seymour. Good Seymour. Ow, ow, ah, no.
Ah, frame rate drops. Why? Oh. I think it's because EvE opened. Yeah, I need to, like, yeah, see, it's not, like, got its frames or whatever. Something happened. Like, EvE did not load right or something. No, the settings are too high, I think. There, see, it is. Yeah, like, those settings were too high. No, that's okay. $311. Last Rites of Sunless Depths. Let's see what it does. Parable of the Mist. That's that purple one. Let's see what this one is. Looks good. Up? Oh, no, you wanted me to go up? Oh, fuck. Did I backtrack like a fuck ton? I think I probably did. Damn it. Oops. Well, I don't know. Where is it that you want me to go? I don't know. Well, how do I get up there? God damn it. Oh, I had to go, like, I think I really did backtrack, like, a lot. Okay, I have to go, like, over there. I think.
Yeah.
40 out of 54. Okay. Oh my god, no. Okay, so what do I do? You want me to go up? So I guess that's it? Is that it? Oh god, I don't know. No, you say go up, but like I don't see a way up. Like I see something right there. I don't see like a way. Alright, so now that I'm up here, do I go all the way around? No, I think it's down and over there. And through this. And then up this thing. And then up. Calcium.
Nicely managed, matey. That be the lot of 'em. Quicken back for your payment.
No. Oh. I think there was a lot of loot right there. Whatever, I don't care. Let's go. The loot isn't worth the time.
I knew you had it in you. Now, proffer those pirated pearls, if you please.
Those pearls belong to me. Return them to my shrine, lest you earn my ire, mortal.
I have made more than enough enemies of gods. No need to add to their number.
You pileless bag of blackened bilge scum! We had an arrangement! I'll kill all your cankerous hide and feed you to the gulls! We had an accord!
It would seem I misjudged you, mortal. The tide brings in all manner of hidden treasures. Receive this food and see how your faith is richly rewarded. Go
Nice.
now, mortal, lest I change my mind of you again.
Wait, what the fuck? It spat out a bunch of shit and gave me an achievement. Okay. Okay, purple. Purple. Oh no. I'll have to drop all my blues. I'll come over here and I'll... Well, like, I don't know. Like, is there a... Like, a thing nearby? Not really, no. I'll have to, like, pick and choose here. It's annoying. Well, ooh, so let's go definitely use that. Live Wire of the Osprey. We'll replace that one. Poison damage. It's a sniper rifle. This one's really good too. That one's going to replace... Okay, so then I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna drop like everything that's white way down low. I imagine there's probably like things I can use too. These like crappy words. Already known, I see, so I can just sell them. Okay. Oh, but they sell for a lot. I see. Well, that's okay. We'll... It spat out so many guns. I don't know, I'm just gonna take anything that's blue. Ah! So annoying. Why are you attacking me right now? Ah! Back to top. Oh yeah, this game you loses frames when you have a video open. I totally spaced that. I forgot. Oops. Oh well, now I remember. Cool. It's like an ice shotgun. Cool. Cool. Ooh, what's that? Oops. Okay, we're gonna come all the way back to the top here and see if there's anything new. There's that sniper rifle. Here's that Nightshade of the Shrike. It's 356. This is a better weapon, unfortunately. Yeah, but I don't like that one. I'll do like this one though. Oh yeah, maybe that's better, huh? Let's try that one. So that's that one. 322, 367, 332 slows enemies. Try this one. Oh, I like that one. Never mind. I want to keep this one. It's fucking awesome. Now, so okay, so I gotta go all the way. I might as well go back, like, I guess, because it's like I'm full. I've got to sell. This game's fun. I'm glad I got this game for the price I got it at. What was it? It was like 20 bucks. I think it was such a good deal. Now I have 126. Let's see. That's a 287.
Spend your gold at the only vending machine with the Queen's blessing.
I think we're good. You want me to go all the way north again? Okay, so I'll go all the way. I could keep going now. Wow. Oh, cool. This heals me? It does. Very good. Ooh, that one does a lot of damage. I kind of figured it would. I think the loot could have been done a little bit better. It just sucked it all into you when you press E. It just sucks the whole pack of things at you. Because it sucks at the hunt pack at all. This is a good gun. I like this gun. Like a lot. It even has a cool scope. I like the scope too. Yeah, so
looking as fine as a lady can look. Over here, we'll raise the Marley Maiden back to fighting shape. A ship's got a soul as much as any man, and I've been practicing my decromancy. Time to get these wooden bones dancing again. Crew, a tune, if you will. Slickest clipper Bones can find. Away ho, all hands on deck. She's the Marley Maiden cutting through our brine, batting down the hatch and rubbing down roughnecks. She flies. Now with crew and ship we can finally get back what was lost. Time to confront the chance. Follow Polly. She'll lead ye to his ship. The Tempest score. Set sail!
Chartreuse uttered a different name. Blood's Threewood. What does that mean to you?
He deserved the whole truth, and there's only one way to properly deliver pirate backstory. A tunnel full of music and elaborately staged vignettes. Places, everyone!
is this where you want me to go? Doesn't seem like it. What? Oh, travel through the tunnel. Okay.
There once was a love that put to sea, and the name of the man is known to me. The curse took hold. My bow said no. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
He drew the skeleton man. His song will pull her across the sands. One day when our penance is done, we'll take our chance and go.
Together we stormed o'er many a shore, an oath to the other we both swore. Why, Charlie was my true amour. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
He drew the skeleton man, his song of woe heard cross the sands. One day when our penance is done, we'll take our chance and go.
But in my fears of losing him, dealt with the devil and paid in sin. We gained our years but lost our skin. Blow me, bony boys, blow.
Oh yeah, I got him with the old live forever grift. Works all the time. No shortage of wayward souls clinging to the scraps of fading memories. Jeez, listen to me. I sound like her.
Charlie couldn't forgive me. He and his men sunk the Marley Maiden, scattered me crew, and consigned me to oblivion.
Let's get fracking!
Tempest Scourge be not far. Follow Polly, crew. We're off to set things right.
Oh, okay.
The Fatemaker walks the land, trying to mend what was broken. Every step reveals another lost hope. The task seems insurmountable, but a hero must keep moving forward.
This be it, crew. Beyond that wall lies the Tempest Scorn. Let's batten down some hatches and shiver some timbers. Fire!
You caught me off guard. Right, give it here. Let's have a look-see. You don't know what you've got.
See, that's like double the power.
Deflect and protect.
That sucks of untamed potential. Knuckled Heck Waiter of the Hurricane. It's 221. And I just sold everything. That's all right. I don't think so.
That be LeChance's ship. Where expected us now. By my long gone beard, he really has been recruited. Crew, prepare to blast those bunks to the 17 seas! Huzzah!
Come to plunge another dagger in my back, Bloods 3-Wood!
Bloods 3-Wood is dead, LeChance, stripped to the bone. I'm Bones 3-Wood now, you treacherous, villainous hunk of a man.
I'll never forgive you for turning us into skeletons. You played with fate and broke my heart. Avast!
So be it! Avast!
Before I send you back to the Northern Gate, I'll send your crew to the depths of hell! I've been dying for a fight!
I think you two have some feelings to discuss.
The one shot is it's off the hook anymore.
Sea dog, and I love that about you. Now hear me out. Chartreuse LeChance, I be sorry. I should have asked you before I cursed us all to undead. I was so afraid of losing you that I wasn't thinking straight.
You've never thought straight a moment in your life or a life. But thank you.
I can't lift this curse of ours, but I can spend the rest of our deaths making it up to ye. All I need is a LeChance.
Damn your pirate wiles, 3-Wood. Me heart be always yours. I accept.
Sorry, crew. No room for the living on this vessel. But I reckon this won't be the last we see of each other. After all, you're the Fate Maker, and fate brings us together.
You'll find the key to the Nerpin Gate in my hidden booty room. You're welcome. I found all the treasure I need.
Take care of Polly, crew. The boss!
It's like every game has to do a gay romance now in case anybody ever accuses them of being like homophobic or, you know, not woke enough or whatever. I didn't know they were going to sing, so I left, and it kind of sucked.
The gate is open.
Sweet. Rude Sales and Magic. I got an achievement. I'll do this thing. The Fate Maker's gun criticals that hits have a chance to ricochet, dealing additional ability damage to a nearby enemy. I can't get this yet? Why? Why won't you let me? Yes, I want that. I want that. One more point sentry to unlock. Okay. While aiming down sights, gains increased gun damage. Ability damage is increased. Oh, action school cooldown for 12 seconds. Every time I get a kill, I get an action cooldown rate is increased for 12 seconds. And so I guess that's kind of a basic one that I should work on.
have made it through the uppermost level of the seafloor, but now the darkest abyss lies ahead of you.
Oh, I got my 4th slot for guns. That's cool. And I got a really nice gun, too. So, sweet. Well, cool. Let's see what it is. It's a flooding scalawag of mania. Let's see. Pretty cool. I'll say. I gotta keep this one because it's a healing weapon. Yeah, restores health by damage. Yep. They're throwing weapons, and then this is just a Deodan, but and this is the ice one, and this is the purple beam one. They're all cool. All of these are cool. I really like the weapons. They totally broke from the mold of like just military, and they went fantasy, and it's sweet.
Earning yourself a shortcut back to the previous area.
Yay. Cool, cool. This goes back to the previous area. Yes, yes, it does. I see wag 2 shallows, and then so right next to it, it opened up. I should have had the voice on before, but their voices were really annoying to me after a bit, and they still are.
This shrine is dedicated to Throtus Conchus, the patron god of critical hits.
Drowned Abyss and Work 2 Shallows. So this is good. I can save here and quit, I think. Yeah, quit game. And which is sure what's called. Yeah, quit to desktop. Yeah. I think it's good. I'll go back and play some Rust, I think. Switch out and here. My screen is going red for some reason. I don't know why. I'm sorry, guys. It's acting up, and I don't know why. Something about the HDR or something. I have no idea what it is. It's weird, though. I don't know why. There we go. Unable to load classification. Please refresh the page. Okay. I have filtered out all items. No, you just aren't loading. Wait, you're saying I'm on offline? I'm not, though. What the hell? Just reload. You're fucked up. You are fucked up. Like, what? Like, what? What? Oh my god. I'm gonna go check my phone real quick. Lift. I'm trying to find. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to find Twitch. Yeah, Twitch. This is so annoying. You're making me edit it separately. So annoying. But I'll fix it. That's alright. Sorry, guys. Gotta change the title because Twitch is being incompetent. So, what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, Rust Hardcore Zombies, I think. Yep. Rust Hardcore Zombies. Save. Good. And then we'll come over here and we will change and edit the video. I don't know why everything's red. It seems weird. There. No, I want Rust Hardcore Zombies. There we go. Yeah. There we go. See. Save. And that seems weird that you changed it like this. I don't know why you aren't doing the live stream. You're acting all weird. But that's okay. And there we go. And, I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're acting up all fucked up and everything. There you go. You suddenly load, huh? Well, there you go. Okay, and then we come back. Let me say Rust. Okay, and we'll do this, and I will play a video. The Vietnam War explained. There we go.
Or anti-Diem was arrested, tortured, or even executed. Yep, you could get the death penalty for just being a communist. And despite being a corrupt dictator who basically persecuted anyone in South Vietnam who wasn't Catholic, the American government stood by him for several years. Meanwhile, in North Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh, as well as other politicians, also often got, well, would you look at that, 99% of the vote. While the United States viewed Ho Chi Minh as a brutal dictator, to many Vietnamese, he at least looked like a better dude than Diem. Still, the North Vietnamese government was oppressive, often seizing farmland and also executing at least thousands of those who went against them. By the end of the 1950s, there was a new rising movement against the South Vietnamese government, much of it within South Vietnam, but it also grew in nearby Laos and Cambodia. It was called the Liberation Army of South Vietnam, but newspapers called it the, quote, Viet Cong, which is shortened from Vietnam Cong San, which translates to Vietnamese communist. The Viet Cong got support from North Vietnam, especially after North Vietnam invaded Laos to help communists there. How did that support get down to the Viet Cong? Well, a network of roads and trails running through both Laos and Cambodia down to South Vietnam, simply referred to as the Ho Chi Minh Trail, made the Viet Cong stronger than ever. In 1960, a dude named Le Duan led North Vietnam, and he'd be more aggressive to South Vietnam than Ho Chi Minh ever was. Despite not wanting to send troops, President Eisenhower did send some military, quote, advisors, weapons, and money to South Vietnam, but not much. And by the time he left office, it appeared that the United States may not stick around South Vietnam after all. But then this dude, wait a second, where's he at? Oh, there he is. But then this dude, John F. Kennedy, took over as president. Kennedy sent more and more military advisors, weapons, and money to South Vietnam, despite the French General Charles de Gaulle warning him that a war in Vietnam would lead the United States into a, quote, bottomless military and political swamp. Still, Kennedy thought it looked really bad if South Vietnam fell to communism.
The United States has been assisting Vietnam economically to maintain its independence and viability, and also has sent training groups out there, which have been expanded in recent weeks as the attacks on the government and on the people of South Vietnam have increased. Now, this is an area where there is a good deal of danger, and it's a matter of information. We don't want to have information which is of assistance to the enemy, and it's a matter which I think will have to be worked out with the government of Vietnam, which bears the primary responsibility.
On May 8, 1963, more than 3,000 Buddhists gathered in Hue to protest a government ban on flying the Buddhist flag on the Buddha Day. South Vietnamese security forces fired guns and threw grenades at the protesters, ultimately killing 9 unarmed Buddhist civilians. This led to mass protests against Diem by Buddhists across the country. They asked Diem to give them the right to practice their religion freely, but Diem refused. Things got tense in Saigon, South Vietnam's capital, in June when Buddhist monks began burning themselves alive. Here, in a photograph by Malcolm Brown, is the most famous example. A monk named Thich Quan Duc burned himself alive at a busy Saigon intersection. Many of you might recognize this picture from an album cover by Rage Against the Machine. President Kennedy later said that no photograph, quote, in history has generated so much emotion around the world as that one. Speaking of Kennedy, he was about done with South Vietnam and Diem in particular. South Vietnamese generals told the Kennedy administration they'd be staging a coup, or an illegal overthrow of a government, of the Diem regime. The Kennedy administration said they wouldn't stop them if they tried. On November 1st, 1963, they arrested Diem and assassinated him the next day. South Vietnam would have political instability for years afterward, led by a series of generals in and out of power. There is substantial evidence that Kennedy was ready to get Americans out of Vietnam after this. But, yeah, this didn't actually happen. Maybe it would have happened, but we'll never know, as Kennedy was assassinated on November 22nd. I have an entire video about the assassination of JFK. Okay, you already know about the video. Great. But in case you don't know, check it out, maybe? But yeah, this led to Kennedy's vice president, Lyndon Johnson, being sworn in as the next president. Johnson had little foreign policy experience. While he wasn't a big fan of American involvement in Vietnam, like Kennedy, he also thought it looked really bad if South Vietnam fell to communism. While he was cool with the US government continuing to carry out more covert operations there, he was against sending ground forces. At least he didn't want to send ground forces yet. (1964) was an election year, and Lyndon Johnson didn't want to appear weak on foreign policy, especially after his main opponent, Barry Goldwater, was talking trash about Johnson, saying that he was too weak against communism. So he put the pressure on North Vietnam by putting American ships all up in their business. On August 2nd, an American destroyer named the USS Maddox was hanging out off the coast of North Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin when it spotted North Vietnamese torpedo boats. It fired a warning shot, and the torpedo boats fired shots back at them. 2 days later, North Vietnamese torpedo boats attacked the USS Maddox again. Just kidding. That never happened. But here's the thing, the sailors on the USS Maddox thought they were being attacked, but nope, they weren't being attacked at all. Regardless, based on this made-up attack, President Johnson ordered an air attack on North Vietnamese naval bases and asked Congress to grant him the power to take any action necessary to fight back against North Vietnamese aggression and defend South Vietnam. Congress passed what's known as the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution on August 7th, 1964. The House passed it unanimously, 416-0. The Senate passed it 88-2. The only two U.S. senators voting against it were Wayne Morse and Ernest Greening, who said he didn't like, quote, sending our American boys into combat in a war in which we have no business, which is not our war, to which we have been misguidedly drawn, which is steadily being escalated. Johnson said the resolution was like, quote, grandma's nightshirt because it, quote, covered everything. He considered it a blank check to commit American forces to Vietnam. And boy, oh boy, did he send American forces to Vietnam. Under the advice of the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, who also served under JFK, Johnson increased the number of military advisors in Vietnam to 23,000. And yet, Johnson, or LBJ as many call him today, assured Americans he wasn't going to send troops on the ground shortly before the election of 1964. Well, that all changed after the election was over. LBJ easily won the election. That was an understatement. It was the most lopsided presidential election in American history in terms of the popular vote. And shortly afterward, things began to quickly escalate. After the Viet Cong attacked an American airbase at Pleiku, killing 8 Americans, Johnson ordered Operation Rolling Thunder, a sustained bombing campaign of North Vietnam. Operation Rolling Thunder would continue for 3 years. During that time, the United States dropped around 800 tons of bombs a day on North Vietnam. And yet, it didn't seem to faze North Vietnam. They continued to aid the Viet Cong via the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In order to disrupt the Ho Chi Minh Trail supply route, the United States also bombed Laos, which itself was going through a civil war. Curtis LeMay, the chief of staff of the U.S. Air Force, wrote, quote, we're going to bomb them back into the Stone Age. But all this bombing didn't seem to have much of an effect, as most of the bombs failed to hit their targets, instead falling into into empty jungles. Not only that, Viet Cong guerrilla fighters just kept going underground anyway, building elaborate tunnels to shelter from the bombs. And so, President Johnson did what once was unthinkable. He sent ground troops. Like, a lot of ground troops. By the end of 1965, more than 184,000 American troops were now in Vietnam. By the end of 1966, more than 385,000. By the end of 1967, more than 485,000. By the end of 1968, more than 536,000. Holy dang. And in case you were wondering where these soldiers were coming from, many of them did not volunteer to go fight in Vietnam. They were drafted. Nearly 1.9 million men would be drafted to serve in the Vietnam War. Most of those drafted were poor. Rich people often found ways to get out of the draft. You know, they made up stories about medical conditions or went to college when they didn't have to. The American soldiers were originally supposed to train South Vietnamese troops, but yeah, that was a disaster. The South Vietnamese soon were becoming more like spectators in their own war as Americans did more and more of the fighting. The leading commander of the American forces in Vietnam was General William Westmoreland, who hoped to take out both North Vietnam and the Viet Cong through a war of attrition, or a military strategy of attempting to simply wear down the enemy until the enemy loses their will to fight. But yeah, North Vietnam and the Viet Cong weren't about to lose their will to fight. In fact, as more Americans came, the Viet Cong recruitment numbers went up. Soldiers on both sides fought in some pretty miserable conditions. It was often rainy. When it wasn't rainy, it was humid. There were poisonous snakes, swarms of weaver ants with stinging bites, giant centipedes, crocodiles, tigers. Oh my! The Viet Cong didn't have the military technology of the United States, but they made their own bombs, set up booby traps, and hid in the jungle, waiting for American soldiers to fall in their traps. The dense jungle foliage made it easy for the Viet Cong to camouflage not just themselves, but also their bases. They'd launch ambushes on American soldiers, then quickly retreat back into the jungle. To counter the Viet Cong and North Vietnamese, General Westmoreland conducted search and destroy missions in villages, especially along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Americans in low-flying helicopters would spray machine gun bullets over an area, and then ground troops would move in quickly to search out and kill the enemy. Sometimes these missions took out Viet Cong bases. Other times, these missions just destroyed villages and killed civilians who had nothing to do with the Viet Cong. This led to more and more villagers to stop trusting Americans. Not only that, to deal with the thick jungles that concealed the Viet Cong, the U.S. Air Force began spraying herbicides like Agent Orange to kill all vegetation. Sure, the herbicides cleared the jungles, but they also ended up later causing all kinds of health problems for people exposed to them. During the war, the Air Force ultimately sprayed at least 19 million gallons of herbicides in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Even today, both veterans and regular folks in these countries are still suffering from the effects of herbicides. In particular, Agent Orange has put millions of people at a higher risk of getting cancer.
We have helped to build, and we have helped to defend. Thus, over many years, we have made a national pledge to help South Vietnam defend its independence. And I intend to keep that promise.
Publicly, Johnson was making it seem like, oh yeah, South Vietnam is going to be an independent country soon. Any day now.
Such peace demands an independent South Vietnam.
But by 1966, many South Vietnamese soldiers had deserted the fight. To put it mildly, things were not going so well for the United States. Many around the world began to question why the heck Americans were even in Vietnam anymore. Some of the biggest protests were actually back home in the United States. Beginning in 1966, huge protests erupted on college campuses across the country. By 1967, these protests seemed to be everywhere. Some protesters were upset that the United States was bombing the crap out of an undeveloped country. Some protesters called it a war of imperialism. Many protesters said the war was simply not winnable. Other protesters just thought the draft was wrong. It became common to see young people burning their draft cards in protest. They particularly talked trash about the fact that rich and powerful people voted for the war while poor people actually fought it. A big reason why many Americans began to turn against the war is because they saw what the war actually looked like in real time on TV. And it looked like a nightmare. While the Johnson administration would give press conferences pretending everything was all gravy, news coverage on TV routinely showed children killed by American bombs and dying American soldiers. People weren't falling for what their government was telling them anymore. You know, it's kind of like the government telling you that there's no war crimes, and then you get on TikTok and you see the war crimes, and then the government bans TikTok. Problem solved. Anyway, it's important to recognize that many Americans still defended and supported the war effort. Those who became
There's that
known as
infotainment
Hawks
thing.
wanted total victory in Vietnam, while those who wanted to stop the war and bring the troops home became known as Doves. It was arguably the first time the country was so divided on one particular issue, going back all the way to the American Civil War. Tragically, many of the Vietnam War veterans who did survive and came back home got no love. Many of these veterans had dads who returned home from World War II greeted as heroes. Vietnam War veterans were often not greeted at all when they got home. Anti-war protesters sometimes harassed them. They didn't spit on them, though. Apparently that's a myth. By the end of 1967, despite his impressive domestic accomplishments regarding civil rights and social welfare programs, President Johnson was not that popular anymore. Yes, they really shouted that. And yet, he insisted on finishing the job, even as others around him now had doubts. One of those who had big doubts? Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. Once a big supporter of the war, he ended up resigning in protest of it, and spent the rest of his life saying the Vietnam War was a mistake. Still, the war dragged on, with no clear victory in sight. And then, suddenly, on January 31st, 1968, which was the first day of Tet, the Vietnamese New Year, both North Vietnam and Viet Cong forces launched a huge coordinated attack on more than 100 South Vietnamese cities and towns. All at once. It became known as the Tet Offensive, and it ended up being one of the biggest military campaigns of the war. The Tet Offensive was a rare time when both North Vietnam and the Viet Cong went on, offense, and it caught many Americans and South Vietnamese by surprise. In Hue, the same city where the Buddhist uprisings had taken place 5 years prior, intense fighting took place that destroyed most of the buildings there. While the United States and South Vietnam were eventually able to defeat North Vietnam and the Viet Cong during the Tet Offensive, it caused more people around the world to turn against the war. One poll showed that now just 26% of the public approved of how President Johnson was handling it. Based mostly on how badly the war was going, he decided to not commit more troops, even though General Westmoreland had requested an additional 206,000 troops. Johnson also chose not to run for re-election.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
two notable anti-war candidates ran to take his place for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Eugene McCarthy, a U.S. Senator representing Minnesota, and Robert Kennedy, the brother of John F. Kennedy and now U.S. Senator representing New York. After Kennedy was assassinated on June 5th, yeah, he got assassinated too, some of his supporters switched to support McCarthy. Despite McCarthy winning more votes than any other Democratic presidential candidate, the party elites went with Johnson's vice president, Hubert Humphrey, instead. This led to a bunch of anti-war Democrats getting pretty angry as Humphrey had supported continuing the war effort. Outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, there were even violent confrontations between anti-war protesters and the police. Meanwhile, the Republican Party nominated Richard Nixon for president, the former vice president who once aggressively called for sending more troops to Vietnam and criticized Democrats for being too soft on Vietnam, but now was like, hey, I've got a, quote, secret plan to end the Vietnam War. Nixon also campaigned to end the draft. You could argue that this is one reason why he won the election of 1968. That said, after he took office, he didn't seem to be that much in a hurry to end the war. Besides, by that time, peace talks between North Vietnam and the United States had already begun in Paris anyway. After Nixon took over, he introduced a new strategy called Vietnamization, which basically meant gradually turning the war back over to South Vietnam. I mean, that was going to be hard. At the time, 1 out of every 12 South Vietnamese lived in a refugee camp, for crying out loud. In 1969, it had become increasingly clear that the American government was covering up bad stuff its military had been doing in Southeast Asia. Most infamously, what became known as the My Lai Massacre. It had occurred back in March 1968. American troops led by Lieutenant William Calley entered a small village called My Lai, trying to find Viet Cong. Well, they didn't find any Viet Cong, but instead they sexually assaulted several women and rounded up around 500 unarmed civilians, including mostly women, children, elderly men, and even babies, and brutally murdered them. And then the U.S. Army covered it up. It wasn't until November 1969 when word finally got out about it. Around that same time, Daniel Ellsberg published the Pentagon Papers, which revealed that the American military had secretly expanded military operations in Vietnam without telling the public or even Congress. Even though President Nixon wasn't mentioned in the Pentagon Papers, he viewed its release as an attack on his handling of the war. He made it a mission to take Ellsberg down, but ultimately most viewed Ellsberg as a heroic whistleblower, and long story short, he wouldn't see any prison time. While Nixon did begin bringing the troops home, protests continued as many Americans thought the process wasn't happening quickly enough. Plus, anti-war protesters got angry all over again after Nixon ordered American forces to invade Cambodia, an officially neutral country, on April 29, 1970. Nixon had not consulted Congress. At one of the protests on the campus of Kent State University in Kent, Ohio, on May 4th, National Guard members fired shots into a rowdy student crowd, killing 4 and wounding 9. Today, this horrific event is simply known as the Kent State shootings.
Yep.
And I have a video I made about that as well, which you can check out. It got demonetized, as this video is demonetized because, you know, I'm teaching you about bad stuff that happened in history. Despite growing pressure to end the war immediately, Nixon insisted on peace with honor. He sent his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, to secretly negotiate with the North Vietnamese government. Of utmost importance, getting the American prisoners of war released. By 1972, only around 24,000 American troops were still in Vietnam. Still, North Vietnam stayed aggressive, dropping a series of bombs on South Vietnam in what became known as the Easter Offensive. In response, Nixon ordered more bombings on North Vietnam. Regardless, Nixon easily won re-election in a landslide victory in November. On January 27th, 1973, in what became known as the Paris Peace Accords, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, and the United States finally negotiated an agreement calling for all American troops to leave South Vietnam in exchange for the release of American prisoners of war. But this peace agreement smelled much more like an American retreat. Meanwhile, Nixon had continued bombing Cambodia without getting approval from Congress. This ultimately was a big reason why Congress passed the War Powers Resolution, a law passed over Nixon's veto that required the president to report to Congress within 48 hours after committing troops to a military action or substantially increasing the size of American combat units. The law also said troops couldn't stay in combat somewhere for more than 60 days without further congressional approval. And then on March 15th, 1973, Nixon was like, look, North Vietnam, if you attack South Vietnam again, the United States might just go to war with you again.
Oh boy, well.
Well, goodness. Anyway, by then, most Americans were out of South Vietnam. By the end of 1974, North Vietnam was planning an attack on South Vietnam to completely take it over. Yep, in direct violation of the Paris Peace Accords. North Vietnamese troops moved into South Vietnam in March 1975 and captured Saigon on April 30th, 1975. The fall of Saigon, as it became to be known, marked not only the end of the Vietnam War, but the end of South Vietnam as a country. The communists had taken over all of Vietnam. Yeah, so, was it worth it? Well, many say no.
It's true.
The Vietnam War was the longest war in American history up to that point, only surpassed by the war in Afghanistan in 2021, lasting 6 months longer. The war dramatically hurt the reputation of the United States. It hurts
always does.
the United States quite a bit too.
Terribly.
Today, the Vietnam War is seen as pointless, a big freaking mistake, based on lies that led to millions of innocent people dying. It was a civil war that many say the United States had no business being a part of. Unlike the Korean War, the United Nations wanted nothing to do with it. Most of the world refused to help the United States at all. It left more than 58,000 American soldiers dead, and another more than 153,000 wounded. Many of those veterans who survived suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. These vets often came home ignored, sometimes even despised. The war was also an environmental disaster. It devastated the forests of Southeast Asia. So many 18, 19, and 20-year-olds died fighting the war that Congress ratified the 26th Amendment, which lowered the voting age from 21 to 18. It was only during the 1990s when relations got better between the United States and Vietnam. Today, the two countries are just fine with each other, despite Vietnam still being, quote, communist. Go figure, huh? Look, the United States was not used to losing
Which
wars.
means we didn't
A
get
smaller
anything done
and
at
way
all.
less powerful country defeating a great superpower such as the U.S. was shocking. It was so demoralizing that the United States avoided getting involved in foreign wars afterward, mostly because the American public
Won't
demanded
stand
that they
for
not
it.
get
Yeah,
involved.
do not
In
get us
return
fucking
for it,
caught overseas ever
Vietnam
again.
syndrome. Only after 9/11,
And then you
that
went and did
finally
Afghanistan
changed.
again.
And even then, the American government at least attempted to avoid
Sup, killer?
sending ground troops.
Thanks, killer.
And it didn't reinstate the draft. Needless to say, I didn't join the military after high school. Only recently did I realize that a big reason why I didn't volunteer for the military was because of my obsession with the Vietnam War when I was 18. I blame all those Vietnam War movies I used to watch. I didn't want to get stuck in a jungle somewhere, constantly afraid of being ambushed. I didn't want to shoot and kill random villagers. I think it's safe to say that if I graduated from high school in 1960 instead of 2000, I would have been much more likely to volunteer to serve in the military.
I volunteered in the
2000,
Navy.
I suppose I had Vietnam
Or I
syndrome.
enlisted in the Navy.
I'm sorry, Dad. Folks, I've been told that I have hair on my face and I need to get rid of it. So breaking news, I have found a new razor by Henson. We're gonna try this sucker out. Look at that thing. Woo! This razor is made to freaking aerospace standards. In other words, it's made with very high standards. This gives you a smooth and safe shave. The precision of it allows the razor to hold the blade at an optimal 30-degree angle. Oh yeah, that feels different. It's good.
I didn't need to see you
Never used a
shave.
razor like this before.
You guys
I
are
like
so
it.
silly.
Feels like you're not even shaving. No irritation.
Oh my god.
I'm not just saying this because they're a sponsor, okay? This is real. Also, using this razor.
I mean, I didn't
is better
mind
for
that he'd
environment.
used the product.
No joke. The Henson AL13 is completely plastic free, as is Henson's packaging. Most importantly, in the long term, you save money using Henson razors. The upfront cost might be more, but you're not thinking of the long-term cost of ownership, man. Once you own a Henson razor, it's only about $3 to $5 a year to shave, depending on how often you shave. So try it out for yourself. The link's in the description. So what war should I cover next? Or maybe you want me just to finally make that video comparing myself to Mr. Beast? Because holy crap, I recently got 1 million subscribers. Thank you for subscribing. Also, did you know that I really exist? It's true, and you can see me in real life at some upcoming real life events. Find out more details at my website, IamMrBeat.com, and thanks for watching.
He's good. I like him.
I'm Mr. Beat, and you may be wondering,
Thank you, Mr.
why
Beat,
am
for
I
the extra
hanging out
content
at
from my
some
stream. I'd
random
like to sub to your
apartment
channel.
complex? Well, this apartment complex isn't random. It's where I was living when I found out that the United States had just invaded Iraq. I was in college at the time. On March 19th, 2003, I remember coming home after a long day at class and work and turning on the TV to see this.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
And I saw footage like this. And reports like this.
It was just over 90 minutes beyond President Bush's deadline for Saddam Hussein to leave Iraq that U.S. warships and planes launched the opening salvo of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
And I remember being filled with anger and frustration. Why was my government doing this? Wasn't this an unjust war? Well, I wasn't the only one who felt this way.
We live in a time where we have a man sending us to war for fictitious reasons. We are against this war, Mr. Bush. Shame on you, Mr. Bush.
Shame on you, killer.
At any time, you've got the Pope and the Dixie Chicks against
There's woke. That's woke.
As you can hear
That
from
is what
those
woke
in
is.
the audience from those liberal Hollywood actors
Shame
at
on
the
you, Mr.
Oscars,
Bush.
Many Americans thought this war
Shame
was
on you, killer.
just. As in it was okay. So now you know my bias, as you should know my bias. But in this video, I'm going to try to ignore my own bias and tell you the story of one of the most controversial wars in American history, the Iraq War. It's 1998. The country of Iraq is headed by a ruthless dictator named Saddam Hussein.
A ruthless dictator infamously known for killing as many as 250,000 of his own citizens, sometimes using chemical weapons to do so. A ruthless dictator who had invaded a smaller country to the south in what became known as the Persian Gulf War. I got a video about that. Yeah, Hussein was not a nice dude, and by 1998, the United States was actively supporting efforts to remove him from power. Heck, the United States Congress even passed a law that President Bill Clinton signed calling for just that. After the United States accused Hussein of developing weapons of mass destruction, and after he refused to let the United Nations look for them, Clinton ordered Operation Desert Fox, which led to the American military dropping bombs on approximately 100 military sites around Iraq, killing or wounding as many as 1,400 Iraqis. Flash forward to September 11th, 2001, the day of the deadliest attack on American soil and the deadliest terrorist attack in world history ever. I made a whole video about 9/11, but if you just want the... Oh yeah, there it is. Ha! How you doing? But if you just want the gist of it, on September 11th, 2001, terrorists associated with the group Al-Qaeda hijacked 4 planes with the goal of crashing those 4 planes into 4 prominent American buildings.
The CIA
They
conscripted a
crashed
bunch
2
of fucking
into the
brainwashed
World
people to
Trade
crash
Center
planes.
And 1 into the Pentagon, ultimately killing nearly 3,000 people. In an attempt to hunt down those responsible for 9/11, the United States government invaded Afghanistan and fought a war there for 20 years. But it wasn't just Afghanistan that the United States sent troops to. Oh no. With the authorization for use of military force, Congress gave President George W. Bush the power to fight terrorism all over the world. In fact, the country has been fighting the so-called war on terrorism ever since. So what does 9/11 have to do with Iraq?
Nothing.
Well, nothing. But
See it?
many in the Bush administration wanted to link the two. In fact, they had been looking for an excuse to invade Iraq for years, and perhaps 9/11 was their chance. One of the loudest voices to link 9/11 with Saddam Hussein was a dude named Paul Wolfowitz, who served as the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense at the time. He argued that Hussein was helping terrorists around the world and basically said that taking him out would go far in ending terrorism around the world. Wolfowitz even compared Hussein to the head of a snake. Quote, "It's almost like cutting off the head of the snake and the rest of the body will go." It wasn't just Wolfowitz. His boss, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, also was hoping this new war on terrorism would give them a chance to take out Hussein.
Get off the screen, liar.
Telling the press stuff like this.
They weaponized chemical weapons. We know that. They've had
Bullshit.
an active program to develop nuclear weapons. It's also clear that they are actively developing biological weapons. I don't know what other kinds of weapons would fall under the rubric of weapons of mass destruction, but if there are more, I suspect they're working on them as well, even though I don't happen to know what they are.
And this.
The big thing that was there was the weapon of mass destruction issue, and he had agreed, and the UN had agreed, that he would not have a WMD program. We know he does have one, and he is continuing.
Soon Vice President Dick Cheney was sounding the alarm about Hussein.
Simply stated, there is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
Bullshit.
There is no doubt that he is amassing them to use them against
Liar.
friends.
There is a lot of doubt. There was a lot of doubt.
Oh, there was plenty of doubt. But Cheney also was really wanting to go to war with Iraq. And finally, the president himself was now sounding the alarm about Hussein, pleading his case to the American people directly.
I take the fact that he develops weapons of mass destruction very seriously. I remember the fact that he has invaded 2 countries before. I know for a fact that he's poisoned his own people. The regime must allow witnesses to its illegal activities to be interviewed outside of the country. These witnesses must be free to bring their entire families with them. so they're beyond the reach of Saddam Hussein's terror, Saddam Hussein's torture, Saddam Hussein's murder. In addition to declaring and destroying all of its weapons of mass destruction, Iraq, in accordance with UN Security Council demands, must end its support of terrorism.
Heck, as early as
It
January...
was such a dark time. It was such a shitty time to be alive, kind of. Fucking assholes killing everybody and blaming it on illusions, you know? Wars overseas based off illusions and false flags and shit. It was such a shitty time. I didn't know anybody who believed him. I didn't know anybody who believed him. Not a single person.
And two, during his State of the Union address, he was talking trash.
Iraq continues to flaunt its hostility.
Flaunt. Let me get some water. Shit happened like the day I almost turned 17 too. It was insane.
Toward America and to support terror. The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons for over a decade.
I mean, it's no surprise, really,
Lies.
that President Bush wanted to take out
Liar.
Saddam Hussein. Bush had hated Hussein for years, especially after Hussein threatened and possibly even planned to kill his dad, George Bush Sr. Anyway, and just so we're clear here, even though they had absolutely no evidence to back this up, the Bush administration just kept arguing that Hussein not only had weapons of mass destruction, but was giving these weapons of mass destruction to terrorists to attack the United States again. Well, this fear-mongering freaked Americans out for sure, including members of Congress.
Intelligence reports show that Saddam Hussein has worked to rebuild his chemical and biological weapons stock, his missile delivery capability, and his nuclear program. He has also given aid, comfort, and sanctuary to terrorists, including Al-Qaeda members.
In
Lies.
October
All of it.
2002, Congress passed the
Complete
Authorization
bull
of
hockey.
Use of Military Force Against Iraq resolution, which said that President Bush could send troops.
You see the Democrats lying to us? That's why I'm woke. I woke up one day and both sides of the government were on my shit list. They were like active enemies of the people. I felt that they had bombed their own citizens. I still feel that. I felt he did it. And that wakes you up. It like wakes you up to some weird reality. Maybe it's not real. But I mean, I'll tell you that's what I believe.
Into Iraq to take out Hussein's government if needed. That said, the law also, quote, encouraged diplomacy first, saying that the Bush administration should work with the United Nations to see if Hussein would hand over weapons of mass destruction before invading. It's worth noting that most Americans wanted...
You know, the year 9/11 happened. Matt and Trey hated, or I think it was like a year after, actually. I think it was like the year after. Matt and Trey from South Park hated Bush so much that they pitched and got greenlit on Comedy Central for a show called That's My Bush, where they just sort of moral oral delivered like Bill and Laura, his wife, and I think they got like a pilot made, and they showed the pilot, and I think the network realized what the response was. It got terrified, and so I believe they took that season off the air, and they never showed it again. Because it was like full blown it was like the most popular comedians in the world just taking a shot at the politician in charge. Like, you'd never seen it before. Like, that kind of, like, I would say just like complete disbelief in what the politicians were saying. And so, like, I realize that I sound kind of extreme when I say that they killed 3,000 of our own citizens in a false flag, but you have to understand, the people that made South Park had a fucking television show where they were mocking the entire fucking thing. It wasn't just me. I mean, all the way up to the South Park people and everyone in between. Remember Team America, World Police? I mean, like it wasn't just me. And yeah.
Diplomacy to be continued before any kind of invasion. Still, the British government and even the United States Department of Defense found hardly any evidence of the development of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
At this point, there's plenty of evidence that shows that the Bush administration was planning on invading Iraq, whether they found weapons of mass destruction there or not. Still, it'd be nice to at least get the United Nations on board with it, am I right?
In November 2002, the United Nations sent weapons inspectors to Iraq, but they ultimately never found any, even after around 700 inspections, man. And yet, on February 5th, 2003, the well-respected Secretary of State, Colin Powell, who also happened to be a general during the Persian Gulf War, made his case for invading Iraq to the United Nations Security Council.
The facts and Iraq's behavior show that Saddam Hussein and his regime are concealing their efforts to produce more weapons of mass destruction.
They're hiding it. We're too dumb to find them.
Again against his neighbors and against his own.
But I mean, you understand what he just said, right? I wish they would repeat it and try to beat it into your brain. We went all over that country, every little nook and cranny, all over it, looking for fucking any sign, and there wasn't any. The only weapons of mass destruction are in America, you know.
Tell us that he recently has authorized his field commanders to use them. He wouldn't be passing out the orders if he didn't have the weapons or the intent to use them.
However, Hans Blix, the dude in charge of the weapons inspections of Iraq, accused Powell and the entire Bush administration, for that matter, of beating the war drums without sufficient evidence. The CIA even investigated Blix in an apparent attempt to undermine him since he was hurting support for an invasion. By March, even though UN inspections were still ongoing, and despite the fact that anti-war protests were building around the world, the United States prepared for an invasion anyway. Many of the world's most powerful countries were against an invasion. Still, the Bush administration was able to put together a multinational force of at least 48 countries to help them overthrow Hussein. Together, they were known as a quote, coalition of the willing. In reality, most of these countries had little power and would contribute little to the war effort. Indeed, unlike the Persian Gulf War that happened just over 12 years prior, this was mainly a unilateral effort. Sure, the United Kingdom helped out quite a bit, but this invasion would mainly just be by American forces. Heck, even the Pope was like, yo, dudes, you sure you want to do this? Regardless, what became known as Operation Iraqi Freedom began on March 19th, 2003, when the United States began bombing Baghdad, Iraq's capital. 2 days later, American and British troops invaded southern Iraq. The invasion of Iraq lasted just over a month. As I said like a minute ago, it started with airstrikes on Iraqi military bases and the presidential palace in Baghdad. It was a surprise attack. There was no declaration of war or anything like that. According to Tommy Franks, the general who led the invasion, Operation Iraqi Freedom had 8 goals. Number 1, taking out Saddam Hussein. Number 2, finding and getting rid of Iraq's supposed weapons of mass destruction. Number 3, looking for and getting rid of terrorists in the country. Well, that could take a while, couldn't it? Number 4, gathering intelligence to destroy global terrorist networks. Number 5, gathering intelligence to find weapons of mass destruction around the world. Number 6, ending sanctions and getting humanitarian support to Iraqi citizens, presumably hurt under Hussein's control. Number 7, securing Iraq's oil fields. Okay, I know what you're all thinking, but Franks argued that the American troops would be securing this oil for the Iraqi people. I don't know. And finally,
I don't know.
Number 8, the Iraqi people transition to a representative democracy.
I don't know.
Approximately 160,000 troops, again mostly American and British troops.
He's very
landed
funny in his own
southern
dry
Iraq
way.
Beginning on March 21st.
He's like, I don't know. Remember when he said nothing and I said it before he did? I was like, which is nothing. And he was like, nothing. He's funny in like a history teacher sort of way, but I believe he should be in a high school somewhere teaching history. I don't think he belongs on YouTube. That's kind of sad. But I mean, he had 1 million subs. Who am I to talk? I've got 100. Well, I've got 4,000 subs. So yeah, I've got 4% compared to his 1 million or whatever. So I'm not one to talk. But see, he does stuff for the world. I just entertain the world. There's a difference.
First, 2003. They met little resistance. Only Hussein's most loyal supporters fought back, many of them fighting back in Basra. Still, the Americans and British fairly easily defeated them and soon worked northwest, up through the Tigris-Euphrates river system toward Baghdad, skipping over areas where resistance was stronger. By April 4th, American forces had taken over Baghdad's international airport. Iraq's Republican Guard defended Baghdad, but its defense was very disorganized. American forces bombarded and raided the city in what became known as the Battle of Baghdad. By April 9th, American soldiers had already taken control of the city. Kurdish fighters from the north helped the Americans capture the northern Iraqi cities of Kirkuk and Mosul by April 11th. And finally, Saddam's home city of Tikrit fell on April 13th. Isolated groups of soldiers loyal to Hussein continued to fight in the following days, but by the end of the month, the United States had controlled basically most of Iraq. The initial invasion cost the lives of nearly 13,000 Iraqis and just 172 coalition soldiers. On May 1st, 2003, President Bush made his now infamous televised Mission Accomplished speech aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln just off the coast of San Diego. In case you were wondering, San Diego is on the opposite side of the world as Iraq.
Major combat operations in Iraq have ended. In the Battle of Iraq, the United States and our allies have prevailed.
Now, I know this speech has become a meme at this point. you know, it basically comes up anytime anyone declares victory too early in a crisis. But it's worth noting that Bush also said the following in this speech.
We have difficult work to do in Iraq.
And boy, was that an understatement. Little did Bush know that this war would go on for the next 8 years.
Meanwhile, Saddam Hussein and his inner circle had gone into hiding.
We thought the war was over, and we celebrated, and we won the war eating ice cream. And
I thought they would hate us, but they didn't. You know, they didn't start hating us until we stayed.
If the coalition forces had just left Iraq on May 1st, perhaps this war wouldn't have been so controversial.
One Gallup poll found that 79% of Americans thought the war had been justified, with or without clear evidence of weapons of mass destruction.
And yet, the Americans stayed. And the insurgency portion of the war had now begun.
An insurgent is a person who revolts against a government or authority. Soon after Bush declared victory on May 1st, 2003, the first armed insurgents began to attack American soldiers. In the beginning, these insurgents were just Saddam Hussein loyalists refusing to surrender. However, soon the insurgents were Islamist extremists seeing the overthrow of Hussein as an opportunity to create an Islamist government. Oh, hey, speaking of Hussein, American forces were soon closing in on him. They had killed his sons, Uday and Qusay, in a shootout in Mosul, as well as killed or captured at least 300 of his top leaders in his government. On December 13th, 2003, they found Hussein hiding on a farm just outside Tikrit. He surrendered, and the new Iraqi government found him guilty of crimes against humanity and sentenced him to death by hanging. You can watch the footage of it online. I'm not even joking. Anyway, even though American forces had captured Hussein, insurgency was on the rise. And now many of the insurgents were Iraqis mad about the occupying forces refusing to leave. Kidnappings, murders, car bombs, suicide bombings, and highway blasts caused by improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, became much more common and increasingly put the lives of American soldiers at risk. Things got worse in April 2004 when word got out about American soldiers torturing Iraqi prisoners at Abu Ghraib prison. This led to a flood of Islamist militants into Baghdad. And talk about bad timing. This all went down when the American military was trying to prop up a new Iraqi government. Meanwhile, the Iraq War hadn't hurt President Bush's popularity too much yet. He'd win re-election in 2004.
But if Americans actually knew how bad the war would get over the next 2 years, he likely would have not gotten re-elected.
In 2005, millions of Iraqis voted to draft a new constitution and vote for new representatives and a president. But that didn't go so well. Sunnis boycotted the elections, resulting in the Shiites gaining power.
Oh, wait. You may not know what the words Sunni and Shiite mean. I guess I better explain what they mean, eh?
Sunni Islam is just a branch of Islam. The largest branch of Islam, as a matter of fact. Shia Islam is the second largest branch. Iraq is unique in that the country has a fairly even divide between Shiites and Sunnis within its borders. One big development during the Iraq War was actually a smaller conflict within a bigger one. Radicalized Iraqi Shiites and Iraqi Sunnis began attacking each other. Sunnis accused Shiite leaders of killing Sunni leaders and blowing up bombs in Sunni neighborhoods. Sunnis retaliated, and the cycle of violence spiraled out of control, especially after the bombing of the Al-Ashqari shrine on February 22nd, 2006. At one point, Baghdad became so violent that it averaged around 33 deaths a day. Most of the violence, though, was based in the Sunni-dominated areas of Iraq, particularly in the provinces of Al-Anbar and Saladin. By the end of 2006, all of this violence and destruction had led to the displacement of hundreds of thousands of ordinary Iraqis. One spot where insurgents were particularly active during the Iraq War was Ramadi in the Al-Anbar province. For 6 months in 2006, American forces fought Al-Qaeda in the city in what became known as the Battle of Ramadi. Yeah, you heard that right. Al-Qaeda. One particularly crazy development that happened during the war was Al-Qaeda showing up to Iraq for the first time. Yep. They weren't there before, and no links were ever found between the Hussein regime and Al-Qaeda. But after the overthrow of the Hussein regime and after American occupation, not only were they there, but they be recruiting. Oh, and they also now had Saddam's old chemical weapons from back in the day. Now that Al-Qaeda was actually in Iraq, Bush was like, well, I guess we better send more troops, eh? And that's exactly what happened. In January 2007, Bush announced plans for a surge. No, not the soda pop. A surge, as in a quick increase in the number of American troops in Iraq to restore security there.
We increase our support at this crucial moment and help the Iraqis break the current cycle of violence. We can hasten the day our troops begin coming home.
He sent 30,000 additional troops and extended deployments by 3 months. Well, 2007 ended up being the deadliest year for American forces since 2004, but stability did follow, and insurgent attacks went down afterward, though it's not clear if it was because of the surge or not. On February 10th, 2007, General David Petraeus took over as leader of the coalition forces. His leadership had been one of the few success stories during the war. Much of it centered around his focus on rebuilding the country's infrastructure and redirecting funding directly to Iraqis. Still, by 2008, most Americans were done with this war. Polls now showed that a clear majority of Americans were against it and wanted the troops home. And not only did the war hurt the popularity of George W. Bush, but it hurt the popularity of the entire Republican Party. Barack Obama won the presidential election of 2008, in fact, promising to end the Iraq War. That said, around that time, the Iraqi parliament had already established a timetable to withdraw American forces. In February 2009, the newly elected President Obama said all American combat forces would be out of Iraq by August 31st, 2010. Well, this happened 2 weeks ahead of schedule.
I am announcing that the American combat mission in Iraq has ended. Operation Iraqi Freedom is over, and the Iraqi people now have lead responsibility for the security of their country.
That said, around 50,000 American soldiers remained in Iraq to help with the Iraqi military fully taking over. By that time, the whistleblower media organization WikiLeaks had released footage of what became known as the July 12, 2007 Baghdad airstrike. The video, which WikiLeaks called Collateral Murder, showed American troops aboard an Apache helicopter firing on and killing journalists and other civilians. This footage, as well as 400,000 secret American military documents from the war released by WikiLeaks later on that year, further turned Americans against the war. In October 2011, President Obama announced that the last 39,000 American soldiers in Iraq would leave the country by the end of 2011. And I wish that was the end of the story, but it's not. You see, almost as soon as American troops left, a power vacuum happened, and insurgency once again went on the rise in Iraq. Sunni extremists stepped up attacks against the Shiite majority, and soon many of them teamed up with the Islamist extremists in Syria, a country bordering Iraq to the north, which had its own civil war going on. Well, long story short, this ultimately led to another freaking war. That's right. The Iraq War led
to the war in Iraq. By December 30th, 2013, the insurgency had turned into all-out guerrilla warfare all across western Iraq with the rise of the Islamic State, aka the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, aka the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, aka ISIS. By the end of 2015, ISIS controlled an area where millions of Iraqis lived. The Iraqi government eventually defeated them by 2019, but only
Defeated
after
them.
coalition forces returned to aid them. In fact, today, and I bet you didn't know this, but there are still around 2,500 American soldiers stationed in Iraq to assist Iraqi soldiers there.
Why?
By most accounts, the Iraq War was a disaster. Likely at least 1 million people died directly because of it. It led to the displacement of millions of Iraqis. It cost trillions of dollars. Not billions, trillions. It led to one of the biggest humanitarian crises in modern history. And today, the Iraqis are still recovering from its devastation. Although, to be fair, things are way better there now than they used to be. Similar to the Vietnam War, which happened 30 years prior, the Iraq War further eroded American trust in their government. Today, most of us view it as an unnecessary war, a war that just made things worse for everyone involved. By invading and conquering Iraq in 2003 and then occupying it for 9 years after that, the United States ended up destabilizing not only the entire country, but the entire freaking region. Before the war, there was no proven connection between the Iraqi government and Al-Qaeda, and yet this war was so disastrous that it literally, ironically, you could say, caused Al-Qaeda to take over major parts of Iraq. Holy crap. The Iraq War hurt the international reputation of not only the United States, but also the United Kingdom. It hurt global efforts to fight terrorism. Heck, the Iraq War made the majority of Americans sick of wars in general. After that, when the American government tried to drum up support for war in a foreign country in the name of, quote, spreading democracy or, quote, nation building, most Americans just didn't fall for it anymore. And not just Democrats. I'd argue that just as many Republicans today say the Iraq War was a mistake as Democrats, as demonstrated by the rise of Donald Trump, who has made no secret of his dissatisfaction with that war. But perhaps that's one silver lining of the Iraq War. Before it, we were much more likely to fall.
He was a Democrat his entire fucking life. Until he voted Republican in 2016 or whatever it was. But, I mean, it's no secret that he was a Democrat and hated that war. All fucking 15 years, 20 years of it. He was a Democrat his whole life, and he hated that fucking war. It's weird how much of a rhino he is. Republican in name only. I've never met a fucking Republican who didn't love that fucking war. Call the people over there certain names and you know, I'm just saying. The only reason Donald Trump didn't like that war is because he was a Democrat at the time.
In 2003, back when I lived in these apartments behind me, I was young and an idiot. But even back then, I knew that this war was unjust. I mean, I'm still an idiot, but that's besides the point. Just making sure that we're clear here on that. Obviously, I left a lot out in this video. This was just an introduction to the Iraq War. But if you want to learn more, I have listed sources in the description of this video. Again, I am biased. I lived during the Iraq War. I have family and friends who were in the Iraq War. So obviously, I'm going to have an opinion about it.
God,
Anyways,
I haven't thought of my
I did the
friend
best I
Jackie
could.
in a long time, but I had a
Thanks for
friend named
watching.
Jackie who served.
Bye-bye now.
She was a badass soldier. She came home to the back of the coffee shop after she had served for 4 years. And there was a standing fucking ovation. That was the day I met her. Beautiful redhead girl. Sergeant. Very strong and very, very, very smart. Okay, there's another base over there. How many bases are here? So many people are living in this neighborhood. I never ever see any of them. I've never seen this person ever. How is that possible? Oh, that was fortuitous. Is that wood? It looks like wood right there. Am I tripping? That is wood, right? I mean, yeah, I think so. I guess I could go loot the, I could go see if the crate's there. %30 fall damage, and that still really hurt. But I lived. I didn't break my leg, which I think I was supposed to. I was supposed to break my leg doing that. And then you can't move for 5 minutes at all. This was a good video. He did well with it and kept it clean. Why did the American political party switch?
Guy. I mean, it's true. Anyway, here is an electoral vote map for the presidential election of 2020 and the presidential election of 2016 and 2012. And one thing that probably stands out about these maps is how much the American South tends to support the Republican candidate. You keep going back, and in election after election after election, the majority of folks in the South are voting for the Republican candidate. Well, hold up. That's a little different there. The Democrat Clinton did fairly well in the South in 1996. Oh, and even better in 1992. Well, but he was from the South, so of course he'd do better in the South. Let's go back further. See, now the South is all in for the Republican Bush Sr., and pretty much all of the country is for the Republican Reagan in '84. Going back further, dang, Reagan. Okay, keep going back. Okay, what the heck now? The South is practically all in for the Democrat Carter? I'm getting confused here. Keep going back. Nixon, you snake, you. Okay, go back further. Oh, interesting. That's right. George Wallace, who spent most of his life associated with the Democratic Party, is now dominating the South with his pro-racial segregation platform. Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. And the Deep South is all for the Republican Goldwater, while most of the rest of the country is for the Democrat Lyndon Johnson in 1964? Interesting. And in 1960, all those Southern votes going to the...
It's never made sense. It's because they're the same exact party. They're the same exact party. I really feel that way.
Democrat Harry Byrd, who was
this never ever made sense.
Racial segregation. And in the 1950s, the majority of folks in the South are voting for the Democratic candidate. So what is going on here?
Something happening here.
Yes. Well, it demonstrates the biggest and most famous political party switch in American history. In fact, it's sometimes just called the party switch. You see, from the 1950s all the way up to the late 1990s, while the politics of most Southerners stayed the same, the political party which most Southerners belonged to did not. In the 1950s, most Southerners leaned to the right politically, aka they were conservatives. In the 1990s, most Southerners still leaned to the right politically, aka they were conservatives. But in the 1950s, most of these conservative Southerners were Democrats, and by the late 1990s, most of these conservative Southerners were Republicans. But let's go back even further. After the Republican Party was first established in 1854, their support had mostly been in northern states. You know, they were the anti-slavery party. By the 1880s, Republicans, especially Republican presidential candidates, had mostly abandoned their efforts trying to get elected in the South, and that's why you got results like this, and this, and this, and this, and okay, you get the picture. But flash forward to the populist era and then the progressive era, when widespread social reforms were so much in style that both Republicans and Democrats embraced them, so much that by the time the Republican Calvin Coolidge ran against the Democrat John Davis for president in 1924, many people were like, these two dudes have the same policies. So they fled to a third, more radical option, fighting Bob La Follette. And then a few years later, the Great Depression devastated the Republican Party. In the 1930 midterm elections alone, the Democratic Party gained 8 seats in the Senate and 52 seats in the House of Representatives. Holy crap! And most of you watching already know how the Democrat Franklin Roosevelt, or FDR, easily defeated the unpopular Republican Hoover in the presidential election of 1932. But did you know that the Democrats also gained 12 seats in the Senate and 97 seats in the House of Representatives as well? Even holier crap. Wowza. And African Americans, who had traditionally voted for the Republican Party since, you know, that was the party that had historically fought more for their rights, began to vote for Democrats. In fact, in the election of 1936, FDR got 71% of the African American vote. Now, this may seem a bit puzzling, as a big chunk of the Democratic Party had been the party of racist Jim Crow laws and literally supported the Ku Klux Klan. Why the heck would African Americans go to the party that not only allowed racist policies, but even embraced racist policies, especially in the South? Well, to put it simply, they liked FDR and hated Hoover, despite FDR avoiding even bringing up civil rights issues most of the time to not lose his white Southern voter base, and despite FDR's New Deal programs barely actually helping them that much, African Americans loved him anyway, mostly because he seemed to be so different than Hoover. And at least FDR gave lip service to issues African Americans cared about. He spoke out against lynching and poll taxes, for example. His New Deal programs sounded a lot like the Square Deal reforms of a previous president African Americans mostly supported, the distant cousin of FDR, a Republican by the name of Theodore Roosevelt. Plus, by the 1930s, African Americans associated the Democratic Party as the party committed to organized labor, which they did actually benefit from in northern cities. Flash forward to 1948, and the Democratic Party all of a sudden was a lot less racist than it used to be. They added civil rights for African Americans to their platform. Quote, "The Democratic Party is responsible for the great civil rights gains made in recent years in eliminating unfair and illegal discrimination based on race, creed, or color." Not only that, but Democrat President Harry Truman signed Executive Order 9981 to desegregate the military. All of this made a lot of Southern Democrats mad, and they literally left the party, starting a new political party called the States' Rights Democratic Party. Members of this party became known as Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats wanted to keep the policy of racial segregation in the South and allow states to keep their infamous Jim Crow laws. And then in 1954, a pretty big Supreme Court case
There it is. You know about this one, don't you? You're smart like that. Yeah, Brown versus the Board of Education had a profound effect on most of the remaining Southern Democrats. Watch my video about it if you haven't already. Wait, some of you haven't watched it yet? But yeah, it said racial segregation was unconstitutional, and this was when what we know of today as the Civil Rights Movement totally went mainstream. It was a turning point. And while most Republicans supported the decision, most Southern Democrats did not. And now it's time to talk about something that is often misunderstood, and some say is not even real. And that, my friends, is the Southern Strategy. The Southern Strategy was a real Republican Party electoral strategy to increase political support among white voters in the South by appealing to the existing racism there against African Americans. Most historians point to its origin